Dimensions, a Casebook of Alien Contact, by Jacques Vallée. Content. Foreword by Whitley Strieber. Introduction. Closed Minds, Open Questions. Part 1. The Alien Chronicles. 1. Ancient Encounters. 2. Winged Discs and Crispy Pancakes. 3. The Secret Commonwealth. Part 2. Another Reality. 4. The Emotional Component, Cosmic Seduction. 5. The Celestial Component, Signs in Heaven. 6. The Psychic Component, Metalogic. 7. The Spiritual Component, A Morphology of Miracles. Part 3. A Challenge to Research. 8. Fighting the Triple Cover-Up. 9. The Case Against Extraterrestrials. 10. The Control System. Conclusion. Exploring Other Dimensions. Foreword by Whitley Strieber. There are two things about the UFO controversy that make it uniquely interesting. The first is that it is probably the deepest mystery that mankind has ever encountered. The second is that it has been the object of so much denial despite the fact that it is certainly a real phenomenon. At the very least, it is a social issue of the utmost importance, because it has all the potential of a truly powerful idea to enter unconscious mythology and there to generate beliefs so broad in their scope and deep in their impact that they emerge with religious implications for the surrounding culture. The only thing now needed to make the UFO myth a new religion of remarkable scope and force is a single undeniable sighting. Such a sighting need last only a few minutes, just long enough to be thoroughly documented. It will at once invest the extraterrestrials' channels, the Space Brothers believers, and the UFO cultists with the appearance of revealed truth. This unfortunate state of affairs has come about for one reason, and one reason only. Our best intellects have methodically ignored the issue of UFOs for half a century, and have thus left the public without recourse in making sense of the incredibly subtle and complex experience of sighting them and interacting with their inhabitants. There are two reasons that the scientific community has been unable to address the issue sensibly. The first is that the phenomenon is so elusive that it cannot be easily measured. The UFO occupants, if there are any, cannot be studied or even engaged in dialogue, and their machines are only rarely seen by trained observers who are also willing to make their observations known to their colleagues. The second is simply fear. Any explanation of the phenomenon that is now prosaic must inevitably lead to a profound challenge to cherished theories about the nature of mind and universe and man's place in the cosmos. If we come to a correct understanding of the UFO phenomenon, we may well in the process destroy the whole basis of our present beliefs about reality. Sensing this on an almost instinctive level, scientists hide behind the facile posturing of self-styled debunkers, who can be counted on to distort or suppress unsettling data in order to leave our current ideas intact. The public is left, as I was left, facing the visitors in the middle of the night without any notion of what they are, where they came from, or how to act in their presence. Absent any genuine understanding of the phenomenon, one is forced to accept that it is what it appears to be. As Dr. Vallée points out in this masterful and groundbreaking analysis, that is exactly what we should not be doing. He places this modern UFO experience firmly in its historical context as the latest manifestation of a phenomenon that goes back at least as far as recorded history. Thus, at a stroke, he redefines it as a part of the fundamental mythology of human experience and enables us, for the first time, to begin to raise questions about it of sufficient depth and resonance to be meaningful. In the process, he takes us on a grand journey through the annals of strange and anomalous human experience. He reveals an appalling truth. The phenomenon has been with us throughout history, and never, in all of that time, have we been able to deal sensibly with it. Whatever it is, it changes with our ability to perceive it. The 15th century saw the visitors as fairies. The 10th century saw them as sylphs. The Romans saw them as wood nymphs and sprites. And so it goes back into time. One of the thousands of people who wrote me concerning my book Communion had this fascinating insight. Whatever cosmology or mythology I was immersed in seemed to be the factor for shaping the context and attendant imagery of my experiences, which I believe are essentially of an abstract nature. And yet I myself have faced physical beings. The context of my own experience, with extensive witness by others, makes it clear that the phenomenon can emerge as an entirely real, physical presence that is quite capable of manipulating its environment. The next moment, though, it can evaporate into thin air, leaving not a trace of what was a moment before an immense and overwhelmingly real presence. How could this be? It is no wonder that we have never been able to ask satisfactory questions about the phenomenon. I have even thought that it may simply be what the force of evolution looks like when it acts upon conscious creatures. After all, our entire 5,000-year history is but a moment in the life of our species, less than an instant in the evolution of the universe. It may be that our history is in its entirety one of those magnificent explosions of evolutionary force that suddenly change everything, effectively equivalent to the moment when Cro-Magnon man burst on the scene, or the much longer moment when the dinosaurs disappeared. And the visitors, a dark and highly active phenomenon that seems to inhabit cracks in the unconscious, cracks in space-time, and cracks in history, are somewhere close to the essence of what is happening. Dr. Vallée elucidates the basis of what must surely become a new vision of the UFO phenomenon, one that will sweep aside the various levels of illusion behind which it hides. Dr. Vallée argues that the force that now appears in the form of UFOs and attendant manifestations has emerged into history many times, operating as a sort of control mechanism that has altered and shaped human affairs, often profoundly. He demonstrates, for example, that the miracle of Fatima was a sort of hybrid, appearing in part as a religious phenomenon and in part as a classic UFO encounter. One is left to wonder if there might not have been a very real technology behind the miracles and apparitions that have done so much to influence the growth of our cultures. Indeed, viewed from this perspective, it can be vigorously argued that most major religions have emerged out of visionary experiences that are, in fact, understandable in the setting of the UFO encounter. Thus the phenomenon becomes not simply one of a group of things that influence the evolution of culture, but rather a primary engine. It could very well be the single most important influence on our history. And it is arguably more active now on a global scale than it has ever been before. This should tell us something about the importance of this moment in history, and should suggest to us that the time to come to a clear and correct understanding of the phenomenon is now. The longer we remain ignorant of it, the more we guarantee that it will retain its power over us. It is time to approach this phenomenon with all of the clarity of mind that it deserves. Dr. Vallée, it seems to me, has taken a dramatically important step in this direction. Introduction. Closed minds, open questions. A mystery that has lingered in human imagination for many years, the mystery of unidentified flying objects and their occupants, is coming back to the front pages of our newspapers with a parade of new claims. Not only are these objects seen in the sky and on the ground, but they are said to have contacted humans and, in some cases, abducted them. The public has reacted to these stories with a mixture of skepticism, awe, and fear. The lack of reliable data and the absence of serious research are intensifying this concern. Therefore, the time has come to re-examine the UFO phenomenon and to reopen the archives that deal with that ancient dream of our civilization, of every civilization, contact with alien beings. Each culture has sought to assemble this puzzle in its own way, and each culture has contributed something to the great pool of legends, folklore, and traditions that link human imagination with the heavens. Today, the rapid pace of technology precipitates a new awareness of the importance of the problem. The modern reader needs a new perspective, a new paradigm in which fear can be set aside and knowledge can prevail. Above all, he needs more facts. In an effort to help answer this need, the present book represents the distillation of some 25 years of research. It gathers and updates some previously published material into a new, more manageable collection of the most significant events that have marked the rich history of the UFO phenomenon. And it leads to a new conclusion. Although I am among those who believe that UFOs are real physical objects, I do not think they are extraterrestrial in the ordinary sense of the term. In my view, they present an exciting challenge to our concept of reality itself. It is sad that, as the 20th century draws to an end and as new discoveries become possible, the minds of many scientists remain closed to this problem. In its June 1987 issue, the popular astrology magazine Sky and Telescope noted with sneering, fashionable skepticism that unidentified flying objects have faded from popularity in recent years, perhaps as the news media become more aware how little is behind every UFO tale that has ever been well investigated. Ironically, during the same month, two books climbed the popularity charts to the top of the New York Times bestseller list. Communion and Intruders contained sensational first-person accounts of encounters with UFOs and confrontation or spiritual contact with their alleged occupants. This coincidence between scientific arrogance and a new social trend illustrates an important fact in our society. While science consistently refuses to consider phenomena that lie outside the safe regions of its current understanding, the public is eagerly reaching for explanations that fit its experience. While our scientists remain unaware of important data that could stimulate new theories of the universe, the rest of us miss an opportunity to make serious progress in what should be an important spiritual quest. This book is an attempt to close the gap by examining the evidence for the existence of UFOs, not only in our time, but in earlier ages as well. Such a historical perspective, which is summarized in Part 1 under The Alien Chronicles, is entertaining and often captivating. But more importantly, it is critical to a full understanding of the problem. If these objects have been seen from time immemorial, as I will show, and if their occupants have always performed similar actions along similar lines of behavior, then it is not reasonable to assume that they are simply extraterrestrial visitors. They must be something more. Perhaps they have always been here, on Earth, with us. In my view, the widespread belief among researchers of the field in the literal truth of the abductions is only a very crude approximation of a much more complex tapestry. Another reality is involved here. A reality characterized by cosmic seduction, strange signs in heaven, and paranormal events that present a rich panoply of psychic phenomena. Part 2 is devoted to its analysis, paving the way for Part 3, which I have called a challenge to research, for we can no longer avoid seriously studying UFO phenomena. For a long time, the U.S. military has dismissed the problem because it did not show any hostile intent and did not threaten national security. This argument is no longer tenable. At a time when our government is proposing to deploy the Strategic Defense Initiative, commonly known as the Star Wars system, in space, how long can we tolerate an unexplained phenomenon in the upper atmosphere? UFOs, whatever they are, remain visible to the naked eye and detectable by reconnaissance satellites, electronic sensors, and radar. A future wave of unidentified objects similar to those that were recorded in 1952, 1954, 1966, or 1973 could trigger the SDI network and augment the risk of starting the next World War accidentally. It could even mask a real attack. This possibility is not acceptable in terms of our national security, even if these objects are not hostile. It is equally unacceptable to any of the advanced nations. It can be argued that UFO phenomena are so complex and so far beyond our ability to classify them that no solution can be expected for a long time to come. This is a point well taken, but it should not discourage us from doing active research. Even if we never understand the whole phenomenon, there still may be useful lessons to learn from its smaller components. I would be very happy, for instance, to simply understand how these objects manipulate electromagnetic waves to create retractable light beams with gravity effects capable of pulling objects, people, and animals through the air. Or to understand how they paralyze witnesses who come close to them. Imagine a primitive bushman watching a Boeing 747 land. He has no chance, from this single occurrence, of understanding the intricate technology that controls the aircraft's powered flight. But a good look at the landing gear could well inspire a smart savage to invent the wheel. Such is our position with respect to UFOs. Are they real? Why do they seem to violate the principles of our physics? And why are they interacting with us? While the minds of many scientists are closed to the unknown, a few of us believe that these questions are very much open. They provide one of the most exciting challenges ever presented to science, to our collective imagination, to human reason. I do not have the answer to the mystery, but I do have a great deal of relevant data. Much progress has been made in the last several years, and in my own work I have come to think of the UFO problem in terms of three distinct levels. The first level is physical. We now know that the UFO behaves like a region of space, of small dimensions, about 10 meters, within which a very large amount of energy is stored. This energy is manifested by pulsed light phenomena of intense colors and by other forms of electromagnetic radiation. The second level is biological. Reports of UFOs show all kinds of psychophysiological effects on the witnesses. Exposure to the phenomenon causes visions, hallucinations, space and time disorientation, physiological reactions, including temporary blindness, paralysis, sleep cycle changes, and long-term personality changes. The third level is social. Belief in the reality of UFOs is spreading rapidly at all levels of society throughout the world. Books on the subject continue to accumulate. Documentaries and major films are being made by men and women who grew up with flying saucer stories. Expectations about life in the universe have been revolutionized. Many modern themes in our culture can be traced back to the messages from space, coming from UFO contactees of the 40s and 50s. The experience of a close encounter with a UFO is a shattering physical and mental ordeal. The trauma has effects that go far beyond what the witnesses recall consciously. New types of behavior are conditioned, and new types of beliefs are promoted. Aside from any scientific consideration, the social, political, and religious consequences of the experience are enormous if they are considered over the time span of a generation. Faced with the new wave of experiences of UFO contact that are described in books like Communion and Intruders and in movies like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, our religions seem obsolete. Our idea of the Church as a social entity working within rational structures is obviously challenged by the claim of a direct communication in modern times with visible beings who seem endowed with supernatural powers. This idea can shake our society to the very roots of its culture. Witnesses are no longer afraid to come forward with personal stories of abductions, of spiritual exchanges with aliens, even of sexual interaction with them. Such reports are folklore in the making. I have discovered that they form a striking parallel to the tales of meetings with elves and jinn of medieval times, with the denizens of Magonia, the land beyond the clouds of ancient chronicles. But they are something else, too, a portent of important things to come. Today there are many reasons for expecting a change in attitudes toward alien intelligence. Our national scientific effort has temporarily run out of objectives that can capture the public's imagination and enthusiasm. The eager anticipation of encounters with other intelligent beings would help in transcending local conflicts on this earth and in achieving within a single generation behavioral changes that might otherwise take hundreds of years to complete. If this is the contribution of the UFO phenomenon, then we are in fact dealing with one of history's major transitions. Part 1. The Alien Chronicles. In the last analysis, magic, religion and science are nothing but theories of thought. And as science has supplanted its predecessors, so it may hereafter be itself superseded by some more perfect hypothesis, perhaps by some totally different way of looking at the phenomena, of registering the shadows on the screen, of which we in this generation can form no idea. Sir James Frazer. the golden bough. It has become impossible to listen to the radio or watch television without being exposed to testimony about encounters with strange aerial objects and their alleged pilot. While many of these claims seem ludicrous, and some fit easily within the scope of psychopathology, a genuine sincerity shines through most of the stories. Unless one assumes that the world is forever restricted to the normal phenomena already known to science, it is difficult to deny that the witnesses have been exposed to a deep, unusual, and even terrifying event, and that it involves a form of intelligence we have not yet recognized. The temptation is great, at this point, to jump to the first conclusions that come to mind. It is annoying to be confronted with something unexplainable, especially when it is threatening and questions everything we have been taught about the nature of the universe. So we grasp at straws. Perhaps we fantasize we are being visited by beings from another planet. Perhaps our government will soon reveal that some of our scientists know about them and can explain their motivation. Perhaps everything will be all right. Those of us who have studied this phenomenon for a long time, in my case, since the intense waves of sighting of the 50s in Europe, have learned to resist the temptation to jump to premature conclusions. If there was ever a situation in science that called for the careful sifting and screening of data and for questioning and testing of every hypothesis, it is the situation presented by the UFO phenomenon. Readers of my previous books know that for the past 25 years I have advocated a serious, long-term inquiry into the phenomenon. I consider the rich experiences presented by the witnesses as an opportunity to do some good science and, even more importantly, to combine the efforts of several sciences to explore an area of nature that is still a mystery. But I have carefully kept my distance from the very vocal groups of researchers who claim that UFOs are interplanetary visitors. Such a conclusion is not only premature but is contradicted by several basic facts that become apparent only when one takes a historical perspective of the field rather than studying a single case at a time and trying to generalize from isolated events. Part 1 of this book establishes such a perspective for the reader who may have been exposed only to recent cases and is not aware that the phenomenon has been with us throughout recorded history, not only in the form of signs in the sky, but also with a rich array of reports of contact with strange beings on Earth and even of abductions. We are only beginning to relate modern observations of UFOs to some of the ideas that have shaped our folklore, our religions, and our philosophies. It will take many years to reconstruct the links in the chain of personal experiences and speculations that connect the vision of Ezekiel in biblical times with the puzzling, moving, and often terrifying accounts of our contemporaries. But it is not too early to begin. 1. Ancient encounters. Let us start with a simple fact. Man has always been aware that he is not alone. All the traditions of mankind carefully preserve accounts of contact with other forms of life and intelligence beyond the animal realm. Even more significantly, they claim that we are surrounded with spiritual entities that can manifest physically in ways that we do not understand. This chapter summarizes some of these traditions and draws a close parallel between the ancient accounts and modern cases of contact with similar entities. I started work on this book during a business trip to Paris. A few hours of free time between two meetings gave me the opportunity to pay a visit to one of the most extraordinary artistic achievements of all times, the Sainte-Chapelle, which is located inside the Palace of Justice, a block away from Notre Dame. It is an incredible feeling, one which can only be compared to a trip within a jewel or, rather, an entire treasure chest of jewels. There is almost nothing inside the chapel itself, a few sculptures, painted wood. But the walls are made of stained glass, and the various lights of Paris shine through to create a mood, a perception, which is totally alien to the rest of human experience. One of the stained glass panels of the Sainte-Chapelle shows the abduction of the prophet Ezekiel by an object that came as a whirlwind. He saw wheels within wheels and four strange creatures. He was carried away to a remote mountaintop, where he found himself in a state of wonder and confusion. In my many years of UFO investigations, I have spoken to numerous witnesses, People I could hear and touch and look straight in the eye, who told me they had been caught in a whirlwind, had seen strange creatures, and had been left wondering and confused. They looked to me to dispel their confusion. All I could offer them was the assurance that they were not alone, that many others shared the same experience, and that I believed future science would eventually accept and understand it as an important source of new knowledge. The people I interviewed would not someday be represented as stained glass figures in the chapels where kings and queens bend their knees and bow their heads in worship. They were ordinary people with all the hopes and weaknesses of human beings. But their stories, nonetheless, are worth listening to. The abduction experience. My first meeting with the woman I shall call Helen took place after she called to tell me about a particular motor she wanted to build. Tall and fashionably dressed, she could have been a model or an executive secretary behind a big desk. Instead, she told me she was bent on solving the energy crisis by building a new type of engine. During our interview, Helen confessed that the motor idea was triggered by an abduction aboard a UFO. It seems that she had seen the UFO with a group of musicians coming back from Lompoc, California, to Los Angeles in the summer of 1968. We left after the last performance on that weekend, she told me. We probably packed up the gear by 2:15 a.m. We must have been on the road half an hour to 45 minutes, it might even have been an hour. At that point, we were on a flat stretch of land. There were hills on the right-hand side, and we were going south. Out of these hills came a white light, and it moved up and began to come in our direction. An airplane couldn't have turned the way it did, so we figured it was a helicopter. Then it began to do very erratic things and twists, go very far out and come closer very quickly. I interrupted her to slow down her excited recollection of that episode. I wanted to get the step-by-step account of her perceptions. How did you all react to this? I asked. What did the others see? Her reply was forceful. All four of us were very aware of it, she said immediately. We talked a lot about it, but nobody said, let's hide or anything like that. George and Barbara were up front. George was driving, I was in the back behind him, and Dave was to my right. Dave and Barbara were afraid of it. George and I were encouraging the whole thing. We enjoyed this. All right, so they could have been watching a helicopter. What did the object do? It came up over the car and in front of us, maybe 100 to 200 feet above ground, and it was, I would say, about 6 lanes of the freeway in width. It was white, and it showed a very beautiful kind of glow. I seem to remember some kind of windows, but I really couldn't be sure. It didn't make any noise. The thing was big. 4 white lights, funnel-shaped, extended from the perimeter of the vehicle and down around each of our bodies. She looked up and shuddered as if it were there, still hovering right above us. What kind of feeling did you have then? I remember leaving my body on the seat of the car and being about 3 or 4 feet out of the car, she said in a matter-of-fact way. All 4 of us did the same thing. Off we went. At that point I don't remember anything else, and until fairly recently I didn't think there was anything else. Then I began to realize that something might have happened, because the next thing I remember I was coming back into the car. I looked around and saw the light shimmer around Barbara and Dave, and we were slowly dissipated back into our bodies. I had trouble visualizing the scene. Astral travel is nothing new. That's how witches allegedly went to the Sabbath, and saints to heavenly communion. An American businessman and psychic experimenter, Robert Monroe, has set up learning centers complete with training tapes to help people leave their bodies. The psychedelic culture embraced the same concept enthusiastically in the 60s. Perhaps any living entity can transfer its consciousness outside its own body. But automobiles have no consciousness and are not capable of astral travel. What happened to the car? I asked her. The vehicle stayed with us at that time and then began to move off a little bit in the distance, and the car was just going on its own velocity. That was the initial experience of it. At her request I arranged for Helen to undergo a very mild form of hypnotic regression. During that session, she remembered going on board the saucer, and observing its propulsion mechanism. She met a man dressed in white, who showed her the amazing motor she is now determined to build. I began checking her story. First, I had a lengthy telephone conversation with George, who hasn't seen Helen in several years but remembers the incident as a turning point in his life. Dave has moved to another city, where I traced him. A friend of mine, a psychiatrist, got in touch with him and obtained his statement. Like George, he vividly recalls the whole incident and describes it in similar terms. Ever since the sighting, Helen has felt the urge to build the machine whose principle was revealed to her by one of the saucer pilots. It has become a central point for her, the goal of her entire life. Yet the motor she wants to build could never run, physically, at least in the way she explains it. There are 4 witnesses to this UFO event, and everything seems to point to the reality of their experience. But this is precisely the place where many questions are raised in my mind. Consider the story from the point of view of the spacecraft theory. Should we agree with most UFO believers that what Helen saw was a vehicle from another planet, coming here for exploration? On the surface, this interpretation seems to fit the fact. But what about the paranormal effects? Can we ignore Helen's testimony that she was teleported into the UFO? Can we ignore the absurdity that characterized the entire episode? How does it fit with the spacecraft idea? The meeting aboard the craft makes no sense if we assume the man in white was a visitor from a distant star. Why would such visitors look like us? Why would they show us a motor that does not have an objective physical function, a motor we cannot build? These are some of the questions to which we will return again and again in the course of this book. Some abduction reports are even more extraordinary. In 1985, a woman named Kathy told researcher Bud Hopkins that she had found herself taken inside an object, in a place that was entirely white, with small gray beings who looked humanoid. Under hypnosis, Kathy recalled something like a medical examination. In his book Intruders, Hopkins proposes a scenario in which UFO occupants had timed their visit at the appropriate day of the month to remove an ovum from Kathy, keeping her in a quasi-anesthetized state during the procedure. Kathy had discovered she was pregnant in early 1978. She was then 19 years old. The date of her wedding, which had been planned for late spring, was moved up to April. Pregnancy was confirmed by her doctors. Yet she had a normal period in March. When new tests confirmed she was no longer pregnant, she cried and found herself repeating, "They took my baby." Under hypnosis in 1985, according to Hopkins, Kathy recalled beings touching her, immobilizing her, and performing some sort of operation on her. In other accounts, abductees of both sexes have described having intercourse with aliens. Many researchers speculate that such accounts prove that intruders from space are experimenting with human genetics, but they fail to point out that these modern stories are consistent with perplexing accounts that come to us from earlier times, from the oldest records we have. The Age of the Gods. It is in the literature of religion that flying objects from celestial countries are most commonly described, along with the organization, nature, and philosophy of their occupants. Indeed, several writers have consistently pointed out that the fundamental texts of every religion refer to the contact of the human community with a superior race of beings from the sky. This terminology is used, in particular, in the Bible, where it is said, "They come from a far country, from the end of heaven, even the Lord, and the weapons of his indignation, to destroy the whole land." The visitors have the power to fly through the air using luminous craft, sometimes called celestial chariot. With these manifestations are associated impressive physical and meteorological displays, which the ancient authors call whirlwind, pillar of fire, etc. The occupants of these craft, to whom popular imagery will later ascribe wings and luminosity, are similar to man and communicate with him. They are organized under a strict military system. The chariots of God are 20,000, even thousands of angels. The Lord is among them. These traditions are not restricted to Egypt, Israel, and Mesopotamia. During the period of the early history of Japan ending about 3000 BC called the Jomon era, an important artistic activity was the making of earthen statues. At first, these statues were small and very simple. They were made to represent human beings. But in the middle of the period, the artists started to make larger statues showing standard features of a drastically different design. Large chests, arc-shaped legs, very short arms, and large heads apparently covered with complete helmets. These statues seem to depict precisely the same occupants, similar to those seen aboard UFOs by modern witnesses. On the nature of the helmets, archaeologists disagree. In 1924, because he thought that its expression looked like that found on a wooden mask made in Africa, Dr. Gento Hasebi proposed that the headgear was in reality a mourning mask used at burials. In the Tohoku area of northern Japan, however, some of the most elaborate statues of this kind show something like a pair of sunglasses. Huge eyes with an insect-like horizontal slit, a truly remarkable design. Supposedly, the statues of the later part of the Jomon era were first made with earth, then copied on rock or soft stone. Those found in Lomokai, Nambu Province, are carved in rock and show helmet. One of them, a Jomon dogu dated 4300 BC and excavated at the Amadaki ruins in the Iwate Prefecture, shows details of the front part of the helmet, with a round opening at the base of the nose, below what appears to be a large perforated plate. The resemblance of the dogu statues to many descriptions of occupants is the relevant factor here. It has led some students of the Jomon era to speculate that the statues might indicate the distant memory of visitors from elsewhere. The headgear with its filter, the large goggles, the necks with wide collars, and the one-piece suits are certainly intriguing. Sorcerers from the clouds. It is a common belief that the term flying saucer was made in America. Was it not coined by an American businessman in 1947? Was not the first official investigation of the mystery by military authorities started in the United States a few weeks later? Well, yes. But a farmer from Texas described a dark flying object as a large saucer as early as January 1878, and ancient Japanese records inform us that on October 27, 1180, an unusual luminous object described as an earthenware vessel flew from a mountain in the Ki province beyond the northeast mountain of Fukuhara at midnight. After a while, the object changed its course and was lost to sight at the southern horizon, leaving a luminous trail. In view of the time which has elapsed since the sighting, as U.S. Air Force investigators like to say, it would be difficult to obtain additional data today. It is interesting, however, to find a medieval Japanese chronicler speaking of flying earthenware. The Japanese must also receive credit for having organized the first official investigation. The story is so amusing and parallels so well the modern-day activities of the U.S. Air Force that I cannot resist reproducing it here. The date was September 24, 1235, 7 centuries before our time, and General Yoritsome was camping with his army. Suddenly, a curious phenomenon was observed. Mysterious sources of light were seen to swing and circle in the southwest, moving in loops until the early morning. General Yoritsome ordered what we would now term a full-scale scientific investigation, and his consultants set to work. Soon they made their report. "The whole thing is completely natural, General," they said in substance. "It is only the wind making the stars sway." My source of information for this report, Yusuke J. Matsumura of Yokohama, adds sadly, "Scholars on government pay are always making ambiguous statements like that. Celestial phenomena seem to have been so commonplace in the Japanese skies during the Middle Ages that they directly influenced human events. Panic, riots, and disruptive social movements were often linked to celestial apparitions. The Japanese peasants had the disagreeable tendency to interpret any signs from heaven as strong indications that their revolts and demands against the feudal system or against foreign invaders were just, and as assurance that their rebellions would be crowned with success. Numerous examples of such situations can be quoted. For instance, on September 12, 1271, the famous priest Nichiren was about to be beheaded at Tatsuno-kuchi, Kamakura, when there appeared in the sky an object like a full moon, shiny and bright. The officials panicked and the execution was not carried out. On August 3, 989, during a period of great social unrest, 3 round objects of unusual brilliance were observed. Later they joined together. In 1361, a flying object described as being shaped like a drum, about 20 feet in diameter, emerged from the inland sea off western Japan. On January 2, 1458, a bright object resembling the full moon was seen in the sky, and this apparition was followed by curious signs in heaven and on earth. People were amazed. 2 months later, on March 17, 1458, 5 stars appeared, circling the moon. They changed color 3 times and vanished suddenly. The rulers were distressed and believed that the sign announced a great disturbance throughout the land. All the people in Kyoto were expecting disasters to follow, and the emperor himself was very upset. 10 years later, on March 8, 1468, a dark object, which made a sound like a wheel, flew from Mt. Kasuga toward the west at midnight. The combination of the sound and the darkness of the flying object is difficult to explain in natural terms. On January 3, 1569, in the evening, a flaming star appeared in the sky. It was regarded as an omen of serious changes, announcing the fall of the Chu dynasty. Such phenomena continued during the 17th and 18th centuries. For instance, in May 1606, fireballs were continuously reported over Kyoto, and one night a whirling ball of fire resembling a red wheel hovered near the Nijo castle and was observed by many of the samurai. The next morning the city was filled with rumors and the people again muttered, "This must be a portent." Beginning one noon in September 1702, the sun took on a bloody color several days in succession and cotton-like threads fell down, apparently falling from the sun itself, phenomena reminiscent of the 1917 miraculous observations in Fatima, Portugal. Chaos spread all over Japan on January 2, 1749, when 3 round objects like the moon appeared and were seen for 4 days. Such a state of social unrest developed, and seemed so clearly linked with the mysterious celestial objects, that the government decided to act. Riot participants were executed. But confusion became total when people observed 3 moons aligned in the sky and several days later, 2 suns. Undoubtedly, the Japanese may have experienced some natural phenomena similar to mirages and incorrectly interpreted them in the context of social rebellion. From this distance, however, it is impossible to separate the reliable observations from the emotional interpretation. What matters here is the link between certain unusual phenomena, observed or imagined, and the witness's behavior. These accounts show that it is possible to affect the lives of many people by showing them displays that are beyond their comprehension. A brief examination of legendary elements in Western Europe in the Middle Ages will show that a similar rumor about strange flying objects and supernatural manifestations was spreading there. Indeed, Pierre Boaistuau in 1575 remarked, "The face of heaven has been so often disfigured by bearded, hairy comets, torches, flames, columns, spears, shields, dragons, duplicate moons, suns, and other similar things, that if one wanted to tell in an orderly fashion those that have happened since the birth of Jesus Christ only, and inquire about the causes of their origin, the lifetime of a single man would not be enough." According to the 1594 edition of the same book, this is what happened a few miles from Tübingen, Germany, on December 5, 1577, at 7 a.m. About the sun many dark clouds appeared, such as we are wont to see during great storms, and soon afterward have come from the sun other clouds, all fiery and bloody, and others yellow as saffron. Out of these clouds have come forth reverberations resembling large, tall and wide hats, and the earth showed itself yellow and bloody, and seemed to be covered with hats, tall and wide, which appeared in various colors such as red, blue, green, and most of them black. Especially interesting to us will be the fact that these reports of celestial objects are linked with claims of contact with strange creatures, a situation parallel to that of modern-day UFO landings. Since these rumors have been puzzling to many authorities in the Roman Catholic Church, perhaps it is appropriate to begin with a quotation from the life of Saint Anthony, the Egyptian-born founder of Christian monasticism who lived about 30 A.D. In the desert, Saint Anthony met with a strange being of small stature, who fled after a brief conversation with him. Before long, in a small rocky valley shut in on all sides, he sees a mannequin with hooded snout, horned forehead, and extremities like goat's feet. When he saw this, Anthony, like a good soldier, seized the shield of faith and the helmet of hope. The creature none the less began to offer him the fruit of the palm tree to support him on his journey, and as it were pledges of peace. Anthony, perceiving this, stopped and asked who he was. The answer he received from him was this: "I am a mortal being and one of the inhabitants of the desert, whom the Gentiles deluded by various forms of error worship under the names of fauns, satyrs, and incubi. I am sent to represent my tribe. We pray you in our behalf to entreat the favor of your Lord and ours, who, we have learnt, came once to save the world, and whose sound has gone forth into all the earth." As he uttered such words as these, the aged traveler's cheeks streamed with tears, the marks of his deep feeling, which he shed in the fullness of his joy. He rejoiced over the glory of Christ and the destruction of Satan, and marveling all the while that he could understand the satyr's language, and striking the ground with his staff, he said, "Woe to thee, Alexandria!" he exclaimed. "Beasts speak of Christ, and you instead of God worship monsters." He had not finished speaking when, as if on wings, the wild creature fled away. Let no one scruple to believe this incident. Its truth is supported by what took place when Constantine was on the throne, a matter of which the whole world was witness. For a man of that kind was brought alive to Alexandria and shown as a wonderful sight to the people. Afterwards his lifeless body, to prevent its decay through the summer heat, was preserved in salt and brought to Antioch that the emperor might see it. Again, with this story, we are faced with an account the truthfulness of which it would be futile to question. The lives of the early saints are full of miracles that should be taken literary figures rather than as scientific observations. The important point is that basic religious texts contain such material, giving, so to speak, letters of nobility to a category of beings widely believed to be of supernatural origin. Such observations as Saint Anthony's prove fundamental when religious authorities are faced with the problem of evaluating medieval observations of beings from the sky, claims of evocation of demons by occult means, and modern miracles. The details and the terminology of observation are not important to us. It is enough to note that the strange being is indifferently termed a satyr and a mannequin, while the saint himself states that the Gentiles also use the names faun and incubus. Saint Jerome speaks of a man of that kind. Throughout our study of these legends, we shall find the same confusion. In the above account, however, it is at least clear to Saint Anthony that the creature is neither an angel nor a demon. If it had been, he would have recognized it immediately. In the 20-century-old Indian book of primitive astronomy Surya Siddhanta, it is said that, below the moon and above the clouds revolve the Siddhas, perfected men, and the Vidyaharas, possessors of knowledge. According to Australian writer Andrew Thomas, Indian tradition holds that the Siddhas could become very heavy at will or as light as a feather, travel through space and disappear from sight. Observations of beings who flew across the sky and landed are also found in the writings of Agobard, Archbishop of Lyons, France. Agobard, who was born in Spain in 779 and came to France when 3 years old, became archbishop at 37. When he died in 840, one of the most celebrated and learned prelates of the 9th century, he left an interesting account of a peculiarly significant incident. We have seen and heard men plunged in such great stupidity, sunk in such depths of folly, as to believe that there is a certain region, which they call Magonia, whence ships sail in the clouds, in order to carry back to that region those fruits of the earth which are destroyed by hail and tempests, the sailors paying rewards to the storm wizards and themselves receiving corn and other produce. Out of the number of those whose blind folly was deep enough to allow them to believe these things possible, I saw several exhibitions in a certain concourse of people, 4 persons in bonds, 3 men and a woman who they said had fallen from these same ships. After keeping them for some days in captivity, they had brought them before the assembled multitude, as we have said, in our presence to be stoned. But truth prevailed. We will see that the occultists give a quite different interpretation to the same incident. The 7 visitors of facious Cardan. Throughout medieval times, a major current of thought distinct from official religion existed, culminating in the works of the alchemists and hermetists. Among such groups were some of the early scientists and men remarkable for the strength of their independent thinking and for their adventurous lives, such as Paracelsus. The nature of the mysterious beings dressed in shiny garments or covered with dark hair intrigued these men intensely. They were the first to relate these strange beings to the creatures described in the Bible and in the writings of the early Kabbalists. According to biblical writers, the heavenly hierarchy includes beings of human form called cherubim, a name that in Hebrew means full of knowledge. Ezekiel describes them in the following terms. Their appearance was like burning coals of fire, and like the appearance of lamps. It went up and down among the living creatures, and the fire was bright, and out of the fire went forth lightning. Are the mysterious creatures who fly through the sky and land in their cloud ships, Agabard's authority notwithstanding, of the same race as the angels? Asked the old philosophers. No, because they are mortal. A book entitled Entredians sur les sciences secretes notes. The Hebrews used to call these beings who are between the angels and man Sadaim, and the Greeks, transposing the letters and adding but one syllable, called them daimonas. Among the ancient philosophers these demons were held to be an aerial race, ruling over the elements, mortal, engendering, and unknown in this century to those who rarely seek truth in her ancient dwelling place, which is to say, in the Kabbalah and in the theology of the Hebrews, who possessed the special art of holding communion with that aerial people and of conversing with all these inhabitants of the air. Plutarch even had a complete theory on the nature of these beings. According to A. H. Clough, he thinks it absurd that there should be no mean between the 2 extremes of an immortal and a mortal being. That there cannot be in nature so vast a flaw, without some intermedial kind of life, partaking of them both. As, therefore, we find the intercourse between the soul and the body to be made by the animal spirits, so between divinity and humanity there is this species of demons. It is not surprising, then, to find that the philosophers disagreed with Agobard on the nature of the 3 men and the woman who were captured by the mob in Lyons. The famous Kabbalist Zedekias, in the reign of Pepin, took it into his head to convince the world that the elements are inhabited by those peoples whose nature I have just described to you. The expedient of which he bethought himself was to advise the sylphs to show themselves in the air to everybody. They did so sumptuously. These beings were seen in the air in human form, sometimes in battle array marching in good order, halting under arms, or encamped beneath magnificent tents, sometimes on wonderfully constructed aerial ships, whose flying squadrons roved at the will of the zephyrs. What happened? Do you suppose that ignorant age would so much as reason as to the nature of these marvelous spectacles? The people straightway believed that sorcerers had taken possession of the air for the purpose of raising tempest and bringing hail upon their crops. The learned theologians and jurists were soon of the same opinion as the masses. The emperor believed it as well, and this ridiculous chimera went so far that the wise Charlemagne, and after him Louis the Debonair, imposed grievous penalties upon all these supposed tyrants of the air. Now comes an account of outright contact, which I quote from the same book, Entredians sur les sciences secretes. The sylphs, seeing the populace, the peasants and even the crowned heads thus alarmed against them, determined to dissipate the bad opinion people had of their innocent fleet by carrying off men from every locality and showing them their beautiful women, their republic and their manner of government. and then setting them down again on earth in divers parts of the world. They carried out their plan. The people who saw these men as they were descending came running from every direction, convinced beforehand that they were sorcerers who had separated from their companions in order to come and scatter poisons on the fruit and in the springs. Carried away by the frenzy with which such fancies inspired them, they hurried these innocents off to the torture. The great number of them who were put to death by fire and water throughout the kingdom is incredible. The most extraordinary case involved the abduction of 4 people and their return to Earth. One day, among other instances, it chanced at Lyons that 3 men and a woman were seen descending from these aerial ships. The entire city gathered about them, crying out they were magicians and were sent by Grimaldus, Duke of Beneventum, Charlemagne's enemy, to destroy the French harvest. In vain the 4 innocents sought to vindicate themselves by saying that they were their own countryfolk, and had been carried away a short time since by miraculous men who had shown them unheard-of marvels, and had desired to give them an account of what they had seen. The frenzied populace paid no heed to their defense, and were on the point of casting them into the fire, when the worthy Agobard, Bishop of Lyons, who having been a monk in that city had acquired considerable authority there, came running at the noise, and having heard the accusations of the people and the defense of the accused, gravely pronounced that both one and the other were false, that it was not true that these men had fallen from the sky, and that what they said they had seen there was impossible. The people believed what their good father Agobard said rather than their own eyes, were pacified, set at liberty the 4 ambassadors of the sylphs, and received with wonder the book which Agobard wrote to confirm the judgment which he had pronounced. Thus the testimony of these 4 witnesses was rendered vain. Such stories were so well established during the Middle Ages that the problem of communicating with the elementals became a major preoccupation of the Hermetic adepts and an important part of their philosophy. Paracelsus wrote an entire book on the nature of these beings, but he took great pains to warn the reader of the dangers of an association with them. I do not want to say here, because of the ills which might befall those who would try it, through which compact one associates with these beings, thanks to which compact they appear to us and speak to us. And in his treatise entitled Why These Beings Appear to Us, he presented the following ingenious theory. Everything God creates manifests itself to man sooner or later. Sometimes God confronts him with the devil and the spirits in order to convince him of their existence. From the top of heaven, he also sends the angels, his servants. Thus these beings appear to us, not in order to stay among us or become allied to us, but in order for us to become able to understand them. These apparitions are scarce, to tell the truth. But why should it be otherwise? Is it not enough for one of us to see an angel, in order for all of us to believe in the other angels? Paracelsus was probably born in 1493, and only 2 years earlier Facius Cardan had recorded his observation of 7 strange visitors directly related to the creatures of the elements who would be so puzzling to the great philosopher. The incident is preserved in the writings of his son, Jerome Cardan, 1501 to 1576, who is well known to us today as a mathematician. Jerome Cardan lived in Milan, and was not only a mathematician but also an occultist and a physician. In his book De Subtilitate, Cardan explains that he had often heard his father tell the particular story and finally searched for his record of the event, which read as follows: August 13, 1491. When I had completed the customary rites, at about the 20th hour of the day, 7 men duly appeared to me clothed in silken garments, resembling Greek togas, and wearing, as it were, shining shoes. The undergarments beneath their glistening and ruddy breastplates seemed to be wrought of crimson, and were of extraordinary glory and beauty. Nevertheless all were not dressed in this fashion, but only 2 who seemed to be of nobler rank than the others. The taller of them, who was of ruddy complexion, was attended by 2 companions, and the second, who was fairer and of shorter stature, by 3. Thus in all there were 7. He left no record as to whether their heads were covered. They were about 40 years of age, but they did not appear to be above 30. When asked who they were, They said that they were men composed, as it were, of air, and subject to birth and death. It was true that their lives were much longer than ours, and might even reach to 300 years' duration. Questioned on the immortality of our soul, they affirmed that nothing survives which is peculiar to the individual. When my father asked them why they did not reveal treasures to men if they knew where they were, they answered that it was forbidden by a peculiar law under the heaviest penalties for anyone to communicate this knowledge to men. They remained with my father for over 3 hours. But when he questioned them as to the cause of the universe, they were not agreed. The tallest of them denied that God had made the world from eternity. On the contrary, the other added that God created it from moment to moment, so that should he desist for an instant the world would perish. Be this fact or fable, so it stands. Nearly 3 centuries later, in September 1768, a young man of 16 was traveling to the University of Leipzig with 2 passengers from Frankfurt. It rained most of the journey, and the coach sometimes had trouble moving uphill. On one occasion when the passengers had left their seats to walk behind the horses, the young man noticed a strange luminous object at ground level. All at once, in a ravine on the right-hand side of the way, I saw a sort of amphitheater, wonderfully illuminated. In a funnel-shaped space there were innumerable little lights gleaming, ranged step-fashion over one another, and they shone so brilliantly that the eye was dazzled. But what still more confused the sight was that they did not keep still, but jumped about here and there, as well downwards from above as vice versa, and in every direction. The greater of them, however, remained stationary and beamed on. It was only with the greatest reluctance that I suffered myself to be called away from the spectacle, which I could have wished to examine more closely. Now whether this was a pandemonium of the wisps, or a company of luminous creatures I will not decide. The young man in question was Goethe. You will find this sighting in the 6th book of his autobiography, according to movie director and occult scholar Kenneth Anger, to whom I am indebted for this very interesting discovery. Would the German poet and scientist have had occasion to learn more about the luminous creatures had he lived in the 20th century? If Paracelsus came back, would he find new material for his theories on the nature of the strange and fugitive races of beings from the sky? We can safely assume that their attention would be immediately attracted to the modern files of UFO landings and abduction reports. Return of the humanoid. One night in January 1958, a woman whose name I am not authorized to publish was driving along the New York State Thruway in the vicinity of Niagara Falls, in the midst of a violent snowstorm. The exact time was 1:30 a.m. She was going to visit her son, then in the army, and she was driving very carefully, trying to find an exit, for she believed the thruway was closed ahead of her. Visibility was extremely bad. Hence she had no chance to think when she suddenly saw what seemed to be an airplane wreck on the center parkway. A large shape was visible, and a slim rod at least 50 feet high was illuminated and getting shorter as though it were sinking into the ground. My motor slowed down, and as I came closer my car stopped completely. I became panicky and tried desperately to start it as I had no light. My first thought was to get out and see what was happening, but I suddenly saw 2 shapes rising around that slim pole which was still growing shorter. They were suspended but moving about it. They seemed to be like animals with 4 legs and a tail but 2 front feelers under the head, like arms. Then, before I could even gasp, the things disappeared and the shape rose, and I then realized it was a saucer. It spun and zoomed about 10 feet off the ground and up into the air, and I could not even see where it went. My lights suddenly came on. I started the car and it was all right. I pulled up to that place, got out with a flashlight and walked over to where it had been sitting. A large hole was melted in the snow about a foot across and grass was showing on it. The grass was warm, but nothing was dug up around there. The woman, who met only with disbelief when she told her story to her family, reported the case in a letter to my correspondent Otto Binder when his syndicated series, Our Space Age, began to appear in a number of newspapers. The most puzzling element in this account is not so much what is described but the fact that such stories have become, since 1946, rather common in all parts of the world. To a physicist, of course, they appear unbelievable, just as the strange mannequin met by St. Anthony would appear unbelievable to a biologist. And yet there are several cases on record in which similar accounts are associated with traces that can hardly be questioned. In the celebrated incident at Socorro, New Mexico, it was a policeman, Lonnie Zamora, who reported seeing two small beings, dressed in white, close to a shiny egg-shaped object, which rested on four pads before it took off with a thunderous noise, only to become perfectly silent as it flew away. The incident took place on April 24, 1964, and was the occasion for some interesting measurements, by local police officials and a Federal Bureau of Investigation man, of the traces left by the object. Here again we observe an emotional pattern strangely reminiscent of the medieval scene just surveyed. The witness in the Socorro case, when he was about to be interviewed by Air Force investigators, was so little convinced that he had observed a device of human construction that he asked to see a priest before releasing his report to the authorities. Another case hard to discount is the report of the Kentucky family who claimed to have been besieged by several little men, whose appearance was completely fantastic. The incident occurred on the night of April 21, 1955, and was the occasion of many strange observations of the behavior of the visitors. One of the creatures was seen approaching the farmhouse with both hands raised. When it was about 20 feet away, two of the witnesses shot at the intruder. It did a flip and was lost in the darkness. Then it appeared at the window when the man came back inside the house and was again shot at. Another creature, seen on the roof, was knocked over by a bullet, but instead of falling, it floated to the ground. The entities had oversized heads, almost perfectly round, and very long arms, terminating in huge hands armed with talons. They wore a sort of glowing aluminium suit, which is reminiscent of the sylphs of 1491. Their eyes were very large and apparently very sensitive. They always approached the house from the darkest corner. The eyes had no pupils and no eyelid. They were much larger than human eyes and set on the side of the head. The creatures generally walked upright, but when shot at, they would run on all fours with extreme rapidity, and their arms seemed to provide most of the propulsion. On September 10, 1954, in Quarable, a small French village near the Belgian border, at about 10:30 p.m., Marius de Wilde stepped outside and was at once intrigued by a dark mass on the railroad track. De Wilde then heard footsteps. Turning on his light, he found himself facing two beings wearing very large helmets and what seemed to be heavy diving suit. They had broad shoulders, but de Wilde did not see their arms. They were less than 4 feet tall. De Wilde moved toward them with the intention of intercepting them, but a light appeared on the side of the dark object on the tracks, and he found he could not move. When he regained control of his body, the two visitors had entered the supposed machine and flown away. This classic observation had a strange sequel, never before published. French civilian investigators who studied the case were cooperating closely with local police officials, but there were other people on the site, notably representatives of the air police from Paris. When an inquiry was made regarding some stones found calcined, or white-hot, at the spot where the saucer had been seen by de Wilde, it was discovered that even the police could not obtain information as to the results of the analyses. In the words of the local police chief, the official body working in liaison with the air police belongs to the Ministry of National Defense. The very name of this ministry excludes the idea of any communication. On November 19, 1954, the police confirmed that de Wilde had made a second report concerning an observation of an object in the vicinity of his home. However, the police said, de Wilde and his family have decided, for fear of adverse publicity, to take no one in their confidence regarding this second occurrence. Therefore you will find no mention of it in local newspapers. Furthermore, civilian investigators were told, politely but in no uncertain terms, that any further information on such incidents would be kept confidential by the police. Reports continued, however, and some of them would have delighted Paracelsus. On October 14, 1954, a miner named Starovsky claimed to have met, on a country road near Urchin, also in the north of France, a strange being of small height and bulky figure with large slanted eyes and a fur-covered body. The midget, less than 4 feet tall, had a large head and wore a brown skullcap, which formed a fillet a few inches above the eyes. The eyes protruded, with very small irises, the nose was flat, the lips were thick and red. A minor detail: the witness did not claim he had seen the creature emerge from a flying saucer or re-enter it. He just happened to meet the strange being, who did not wear any kind of respiratory device. Before he could think of stopping him, the creature had disappeared. 6 days later, on October 20, 1954, in Paravicai d'Erba, near Como, Italy, a man had just put his car in the garage when he saw a strange being, covered with a luminous suit, about 4 feet tall, standing near a tree. When he saw the motorist, the creature aimed a beam from some sort of flashlight at him, paralyzing the witness until a motion he made when clenching the fist holding the garage keys seemed to free him. He rushed to attack the stranger, who rose from the ground and fled with a soft whirring sound. The author of this unbelievable story was 37 years old and was known locally as a trustworthy man. He arrived home in a state of great shock and went to bed with a high fever. The details of the case were obtained through an investigation by the Italian police. 11 years later, a new flurry of reports began. On July 1, 1965, Maurice Masse, a French farmer who lived in Valensole, arrived in his field at 6 a.m. and was getting ready to start his tractor when he heard an unusual noise. Stepping into the open, he saw that a machine had landed in his lavender field. He thought it must be some sort of prototype and walked toward it, with a mind to tell the pilots, in no uncertain words, to go find another landing spot for their contraption. It was only when he was within 20 feet of the machine that he came in full view of the scene and realized his mistake. The object was egg-shaped, had a round cockpit, was supported by 6 thin legs and a central pivot, and was not bigger than a car. In front, appearing to examine a plant, were the 2 pilots. They were dressed in one-piece, gray-greenish suits. On the left side of their belts was a small container. A larger one was on the right side. They were less than 4 feet tall and had human eyes, but their heads were very large. They had practically no mouth, only a very small opening, without lips. They wore no respiratory device, no headgear, and no gloves. They had small, normal hands. When Masse came upon them, they seemed to become suddenly aware of his existence, and yet it was without any indication of fear or surprise that one of the pilots took a small tube from its container and pointed it at Masse, with the result that the witness found himself suddenly incapable of movement. The 2 entities looked at Masse and appeared to be exchanging their impressions vocally in a sort of gargle. These sounds came from their throats, insisted the witness, but the mouths did not move. The eyes, in the meantime, conveyed human expressions. In private, Masse told me that he had not been frightened by their attitude and that it contained more friendly curiosity than hostility toward him. After some time, estimated by Masse at about 1 minute, the creatures went inside the craft. The door closed like the front part of a wooden file cabinet, but Masse could still see them through the cockpit. They were facing him as the object took off in the opposite direction, first hovering a few feet from the ground, then rising obliquely with the take-off speed of a jet plane. When it was about 60 yards away, it vanished. I closely questioned the witness on this last point, but Masse insisted he could not say whether the object went away so fast that the eye could not follow it or whether it actually disappeared. He made it quite clear, however, that one moment the thing was there, and the next moment it was not there anymore. Masse remained alone in his field, paralyzed. The word paralysis is not properly used in connection with incidents of this type. Masse said that he was conscious during the whole observation. His physiological functions, respiratory, heartbeat, were not hampered. But he could not move. Then he became very frightened indeed. Alone in his field, unable even to call for help, Mass thought he was going to die. It was only after about 20 minutes that he gradually regained voluntary control of his muscles and was able to go home. There is a sequel to his experience. For several weeks after the incident, Mass was overcome with drowsiness, and all his relatives, as well as the investigators, observed that he needed so much sleep that he found it difficult to stay awake even for 4 hours at a time. This is another little-known characteristic of close proximity cases. To Mass, who was used to working from sunup to sundown, this was a very impressive and disturbing consequence of his experience. Another result of the publicity the case attracted was the great damage to Mass's field, as crowds of tourists gathered to see the traces left by the craft. At this point, I should say that Mass is a man respected in the community. A former resistance fighter, a conscientious and successful farmer, he is regarded as absolutely trustworthy by the police authorities who investigated the case under the direction of Captain Valnet, of Digny. Yet this man tells us a story that does not simply appear fanciful, it is completely unbelievable. What is Mass's impression of the visitors? For some reason, he says, he knows they meant no harm. They were not hostile to him, only indifferent. As he stood facing them, during that long minute, he suddenly was overcome with the certitude that they were good, a belief he is unable to rationalize, because at no point did he understand their strange language. The story is fantastic, yet it reminds us of the account Barney and Betty Hill gave under hypnosis of their alleged abduction in New Hampshire. On their way back from vacationing in Canada in September 1961, they had seen a strange light over the White Mountains. It came close to the road, and they next remember being in their car some 60 miles south, without any memory of the intervening travel time. Under hypnosis they remembered a long sequence of events involving abduction by small beings and a medical examination. The account included a description of an alien language, of entities whose expressions were almost human, of an overwhelming feeling of confidence, and of not the slightest indication that the incident had a meaningful purpose or followed an intelligent pattern. Of considerable interest to the psychologist is the fact that the entities are endowed with the same fugitiveness and behave with the same ignorance of logical or physical laws as the reflection of a dream, the monsters of our nightmares, the unpredictable witches of our childhood. Yet their craft do leave deep indentations in the ground, according to observers who were fully awake and absolutely competent at the time of sighting. These indentations have been photographed and measured in hundreds of cases. What does it all mean? How can one reconcile these apparently contradictory facts? Some, in a laudable attempt, question the classical search for patterns. Is it necessarily true, they ask, that we would detect meaningful patterns, in the same sense of our own intelligence level, in the behavior of a superior race? Is it not much more likely that we would find in their actions only random data and incoherent pictures, much as a dog would if confronted with a mathematician writing on a blackboard? If so, it is only after new concepts have emerged in our own consciousness that we could discover the meaning of their presence in our environment. And, if a superior race does in fact generate what we are now observing as the UFO phenomenon, perhaps it is precisely with the purpose of changing the course of human destiny by presenting us with evidence of our limitations in the technical, as well as the mental, realm. Children of the unknown, if they are not real, should we see these rumors as a sign that something in human imagination has changed, bringing into a new light uncharted areas of our collective unconscious? They may be only children of our fancy, and our interest toward them akin to our love for Batman and Cinderella. But they may be real. Modern science rules over a narrow universe, one particular variation on an infinite theme. In any case, it is important to understand what need these images fulfill, why this knowledge is both so exciting and so distressing to us. Such is the subject of this book. 2. Winged discs and crispy pancakes. We have just established that a close parallel exists between modern claims of UFO contact and age-old traditions that involved alien spiritual entities. But how closely are these stories related? Can we be sure that we are really witnessing the continuation of the same current, the re-emergence of the same underground stream? In this chapter we will go below the surface of the stories and draw precise parallels between the physical observations made in earlier times and those that characterize modern close encounters. These physical manifestations include the shape of the flying objects, their representation as winged discs, the beings associated with them, the beams of light they can manipulate, the alteration of the sense of time they produce, and the peculiar characteristics of the interaction between human witnesses and entities. Often the dialogue has an absurd quality that conveys not a literal fact but a higher, symbolic truth. And this absurdity carries over to the objects exchanged with the occupants and even the physical traces they leave. Rings of flattened grass, burned ground, areas of extreme pressure. Until we have formed a clear understanding of these patterns and recognized that they were already found in the accounts of antiquity and medieval times, we cannot hope to make sense of the UFO phenomenon. A universal fact. The problem before us now is this: if the reality behind the UFO phenomenon is both physical and psychic in nature, and if it manipulates space and time in ways our scientific concepts are inadequate to describe, is there any reason for its effects to be limited to our culture or to our generation? We have already established that no country has had the special privilege of these manifestations. Yet we must carry the argument further. If the UFO phenomenon is not tied to social conditions specific to our time, or to specific technological achievements, then it may represent a universal fact. It may have been with us, in one form or another, as long as the human race has existed on this planet. Something happened in classical times that is inadequately explained by historical theories. The suggestion that the same thing might be happening again should make us extremely interested in bringing every possible light to bear on this problem. Beginning in the 2nd century BC and continuing until the fall of the Roman Empire, the intellectual elites of the Mediterranean world, raised in a spirit of scientific rationalism, were confronted and eventually defeated by irrational elements similar to that contained in modern apparitions of unexplained phenomena, an element that is amplified by their summary rejection by our own science. It accompanied the collapse of ancient civilizations. Commenting on this parallel, French science writer M. Michel proposes the following scene. Consider one of the Alexandrian thinkers, a man like Ptolemaeus, the 2nd century astronomer thoroughly schooled in the rational methods of Archimedes, Euclid, and Aristotle. And imagine him reading the Apocalypse, various writings about Armageddon. How would he react to such an experience? He would merely shrug, says M. Michel. It would never occur to him to place the slightest credence in such a compendium of what must regard as insanities. Such a scene must have taken place thousands of times at the end of classical antiquity, and we know that every time there was the same rejection, the same shrugging, because we have no record of any critical examination of the doctrines, ideas, and claims of the counterculture that expressed itself through the Apocalypse. This counterculture was too absurd to retain the attention of a reader of Plato. A very short time, elapsed, the counterculture triumphed, and Plato was forgotten for 1,000 years. Could it happen again? Only a thorough examination of the ancient records can save us from the effects of such cultural myopia. Among other interesting objects, some of the artifacts that have come to us from Phoenicia provide insight into the idea of contact in antiquity. Phoenician amulets. History books tell us that the Phoenician civilization was established long before the Hebrew migrations, when several Semitic tribes founded a series of cities on the Mediterranean littoral. The main ones were known as Tyre, Sidon, Tripoli, and Byblos, and each was governed by an oligarchy or by a king. At the height of its development, Phoenicia itself extended through that part of Syria that goes from Nar el-Kabir, Eleutheris, on the north to Mount Carmel on the south. Sir E. A. Wallace Budge, one of this century's most distinguished scholars of Egypt and Mesopotamia, states that the Phoenicians were not a literary people. Unlike most Semitic peoples, they loved the sea. They used their abundant forests to supply timber for their ship. Their work was exceptionally refined and their products were sold by their merchants throughout the ancient world, in Europe, Asia, Africa, and India. They had learned from Babylon the art of dyeing, from Egypt the craft of glassblowing, and they used accurate systems of weights. Little is known of their religious beliefs, although it is often pointed out, on linguistic grounds, that the names of their gods showed direct Babylonian, Egyptian, and Greek influences. Of their ritual practices we are told that they sacrificed their firstborn children in times of trouble, that they killed their prisoners of war on the altars of their gods, and that their women surrendered their virginity in the sanctuaries of Astarte. For their personal magical protection the Phoenicians appear to have adopted the type of amulets used in Babylonia and Assyria, and a collection of cylinder seals has been preserved in the British Museum. Some of these artifacts, which are shown in Wallace Budge's book Amulets and Superstitions, may date from a few centuries BC, probably from about 400 to 300 BC. 5 of these cylinder seals depict a winged disc, often with appendages. Figures that are referred to in the literature as divine beings are seen emerging from these discs in 4 cases. And in every one of them human figures in ceremonial dress appear to be involved in rituals that contain Assyrian features. The first cylinder seal shows a hero holding in each hand the foreleg of a winged beast. One of these 2 beasts has horns on its head and a tail. Above the human being is the winged disc, from which a god is emerging. Ahura-Mazda or some Assyrian god, writes Sir Wallace Budge. The interpretation of the second amulet involves scorpion men and sexual symbols. It is apparent that 2 strange creatures, obviously male, are supporting a winged disc above a sacred tree. To the right is a worshipper, while another person is bringing some sort of animal as a sacrifice. Here, again, 2 divine figures are to be seen, emerging from the disc. In the third amulet 2 large winged figures, classically interpreted as priests wearing winged garments, frame a large disc with extended legs. Directly beneath the disc is a symbol of lightning or a thunderbolt, before which a man appears to be standing in adoration. There is something on top of the disc, another artifact. A sphinx and a goat stand on either side of a sacred tree above which is a winged disc. 2 men are performing a ritual in connection with the scene. In the last amulet 2 of the strange dwarfish figures, which authorities call scorpion men, despite their large breasts on this particular seal, are supporting a winged disc from which project the heads of 3 divine beings. 2 men are in adoration before the disc, beneath which a sort of vaulted door can be seen. To the left is a very strange figure interpreted as a god holding a gazelle or goat under each arm. The interpretation of this collection of artifacts raises several questions, because the classical statement that the flying disc is simply a primitive representation of the sun or the soul leaves much to be desired. Is it common for the winged disc, a frequent symbol in antiquity, to show several beings emerging from its upper part? In what context are such representations encountered? If the disc is interpreted as some mythological symbol connected with the cosmos, as is indicated by the abundance of astronomical designs in the seals, stars, crescent moons, should we speculate that the representation of a disk with extended claws may in fact seek to preserve the memory of a vision, or observation, of a flying craft capable of landing? This speculation does not answer all our questions, but it provides a stimulating avenue of research into ancient symbolism. It is certainly fascinating to read the best accepted interpretation for the zigzag symbol in some of the amulets is lightning or a thunderbolt. Why should a thunderbolt be associated with a winged disc, and why should 3 people in elaborate magical garments stand in adoration before it? The scene suggests plan and purpose rather than a chance occurrence of some purely natural phenomenon. It suggests overt contact with a flying craft. Equally fascinating to the student of close encounter cases are the scenes in which animals are carried to the hovering disk. In one case, a god is seen holding a horned animal under each arm, a scene certainly reminiscent of many a claim of animal kidnapping by UFO occupants. 3 of the cylinder seals show approximately the same thing: a disc above some elaborate ground structure, a human in adoration, and someone bringing a horned animal toward the center of the scene. The beings themselves fall into the following categories. 1. Human beings that Assyriologists call worshippers, priests, kings, etc. Sometimes they are wearing winged garments. 2. The gods. They are shown either emerging from the disc and wearing, in some cases, elaborate headdresses or walking outside the disc, as in one amulet where an entity seems to be wearing its hair in 3 long tresses on either side of the head. 3. The scorpion men, who have large phallic attributes in one figure but in another case would more properly be called scorpion women. They are only seen supporting the disc. It would be interesting to find out where the word scorpion comes from in connection with these figures. The scorpion men are consistently about 2/3 the size of men, who in turn are smaller than the gods. Professor Douglas Price Williams of UCLA points out that in the Gilgamesh epic the scorpion creatures were the guardians of the mountain of the sun. The scorpion man in the Babylonian Enuma Elish was a monster created by chaos at the beginning of the world. Price Williams adds, these creatures would thus be Tellurian beings, chthonic as Jung would have said. 4. Various monsters such as a horned creature or a sphinx. Why should the observation of a flying disc be represented in the context of an obviously magical ceremony that does not appear to have any traditional characteristic of Phoenician religion? We are told, for instance, that the Phoenicians held the same view as the Hebrews concerning the survival of the soul, that they buried their dead with great care, and that their sacrificial ceremonies involved killing human beings and sacred prostitution. Why then is it that, if the seals are associated with spiritual or religious values, they depict nothing of this, but do instead show winged discs that appear to come from a star, contain strange beings who carry off earth animals, and emit lightning bolts? And why are the human assistants wearing special vestments with wings on them? Representation of flying discs in religion does not stop with the Phoenicians. The symbol is a basic one in the early Christian Church, and it is consistently associated with the angels. Christian theology does not have much to say about the angels, just as official Muslim theology remains discreet about the jinn. Some rare documents, however, give details concerning the nature of these beings. According to Japanese researcher Y. Matsumura, the Religious Sophia, a written document commenting on the dogma of the Greek Orthodox Church preserved in the Leningrad National Library, describes the process of communication between God and the angels. How does the Lord guide his angel, if the angel cannot see the face of his Lord? An angel has a projection on the upper part of his eyes, where a sacred cloud rests. He has also a thing to receive sounds on his head. This thing makes noises as an angel receives an order where to go from his Lord. Then he quickly looks at the mirror in his hand, and he gets in the mirror something on which an instruction from God is given. I have not been able to verify directly the existence of this document and the accuracy of the translation, but it is consistent with a number of paintings, icons, and murals that depict contact between God and his messengers and contact between the messengers and men. Communication for a long time took place through pictorial representation rather than words, and it is not surprising to find few descriptions of such contact in written language. I am inclined to a literal, rather than purely symbolic, interpretation of the scenes depicted on the Phoenician amulets, and I am also tempted to accept as a working hypothesis that in times remote contact occurred between human consciousness and another consciousness, variously described as demonic, angelic, or simply alien. This would explain much of the symbolic power retained in our own time by the concept of signs in the sky. It would account for the fact that modern-day UFOs seem to present archaic as well as futuristic designs, as in the representation of the Arabic astrological sign for Venus on the object seen at Socorro, New Mexico, by patrolman Lonnie Zamora, and it would also explain the fascination that people of all countries and races have always had for the strange entities from above. How constant these observations and visions have remained will be seen by comparing the Phoenician seal story with the following letter from a woman who saw a scorpion man. In our time, the case of the Oxford Scorpion Man. A letter from a British woman begins, at the lecture by Jacques Vallée at the London AA Architects Association. On the 12th of December I was surprised by one of the slides of a Phoenician seal showing a winged sphere held up by two creatures which he described as scorpion men. Perhaps I have seen such a man myself. It was the summer of 1968, about 4 p.m. She was driving from London to a place near Stratford to visit friends for the weekend. She had a companion in the car with her. Just outside Oxford they both saw a shining disk in the sky. They slowed and then stopped to watch it as it darted and dodged. Another car stopped to watch it too. Eventually it sank behind the trees. They resumed their trip, but the really striking events took place after the disk had disappeared. During the drive between Burford and Stratford I had some startling, and to me, novel insights into what I can only describe as the nature of reality. They were connected in some way to this shining disk, and have had a profound effect on me, causing what is commonly known as a personality change. I won't try to explain what those insights were since almost all the religions of the world have tried to do this and have failed. In that afternoon I changed from an agnostic to a Gnostic, if that means anything at all. However, these insights hit me like bolts from the blue, as though from outside, one after the other. I've never had a similar experience since. The letter continues with a description of what the woman saw that evening after supper, a description that seems to come straight out of a John Fowles novel. The guests were in the sitting room, which had open French windows leading out onto the lawn, and the woman went over to the window to get a breath of fresh air. The weather, she wrote, was very hot and close. The light from the room shone in an arc of about 10 feet around the window. In that area I saw, as soon as I came to the window, a strange figure. My perception of it was heightened by the state of frozen panic it produced in me. It was for me without any doubt, a demon or devil because of my Western-oriented interpretation, I imagine, of the vision or creature or animal or man, or whatever it was I saw. Like the scorpion man, as well as Pan, it had dog or goat-like legs. It was covered in silky, downy fur, dark and glinting in the light. It was unmistakably humanoid, and to my mind malevolent. It crouched and stared unblinkingly at me with light, grape-green eyes that slanted upwards and had no pupils. The eyes shone and were by far the most frightening thing about it. It was, I think retrospectively, trying to communicate with me, but my panic interfered with any message I might have received. If it had stood to its full height, it would have been about 4 to 5 feet tall. It had pointed ears and a long muzzle. It gave the impression of emaciation. Its hands and fingers were as thin as sticks. Eventually, convinced that I was hallucinating, I went and sat down for a while, until the panic had subsided. Then I went to see if it was still there. It was, except that it had moved further into the shadows on the edge of the arc of light. I made sure I kept away from that door for the rest of the evening, and left the next day. I told no one. That it may have been connected with the shining disk I only realized when I saw that slide. I have other reports in my files of such forgotten observations that the witnesses only recollected when their memory was triggered by a slide, a book cover, or a lecture. The beam of light. A major feature in all religious traditions involves a mysterious beam of light emanating from a point in the sky or from a cloud of peculiar shape and focused on a human being. This beam usually is interpreted as a sign of blessing which conveys information from a divine source. I am intrigued by this concept because it is a recurrent one in modern contact cases. Psychic experimenter Robert Monroe has described a similar phenomenon in his own investigations of out-of-body consciousness. On the night of September 9, 1960, as he was lying on his bed, Monroe says, in his book Out of the Body, I suddenly felt bathed in and transfixed by a very powerful beam that seemed to come from the north, about 30 degrees above the horizon. I was completely powerless, with no will of my own, and I felt as if I were in the presence of a very strong force, in personal contact with it. It had intelligence of a form beyond my comprehension, and it came directly, down the beam, into my head, and seemed to be searching every memory in my mind. I was truly frightened because I was powerless to do anything about this intrusion. On September 16, at night, again from the verbatim notes of Robert Monroe, the same impersonal probing, the same power, from the same angle. However, this time I received the firm impression that I was inextricably bound by loyalty to this intelligent force, always had been, and that I had a job to perform here on Earth. I got the impression of huge pipes, so ancient they were covered with undergrowth and rust. Something like oil was passing through them, but it was much higher in energy than oil, and vitally needed and valuable elsewhere, assumption, not on this material planet. On September 30th, the same pattern, they seemed to soar up into the sky, while I called after them, pleading. Then I was sure that their mentality and intelligence were far beyond my understanding. It is an impersonal, cold intelligence, with none of the emotions of love or compassion which we respect so much, yet this may be the omnipotence we call God. Visits such as these in mankind's past could well have been the basis for all of our religious beliefs, and our knowledge today could provide no better answer than we could 1,000 years past. By this time, it was getting light, and I sat down and cried, great deep sobs such as I have never cried before, because then I knew without any qualification of future hope of change that the God of my childhood, of the churches, of religion throughout the world was not as we worshipped him to be, that for the rest of my life, I would suffer the loss of this illusion. The case of the tranquilizing light. A case that took place in March 1958, and which was later reported in the pages of the Flying Saucer Review by French investigator Joel Mesnard, provides an opportunity to verify again the strange properties of the lights associated with the UFO phenomenon in modern as in ancient times. The witness here is a 28-year-old French legionnaire who was on sentry duty at the Algerian camp of Bouamama, in the desert south of Constantine. Shortly after 12:30 a.m., this man heard a whistling noise that seemed to be coming from the sky, and as he looked up he saw a very large object, about 1,000 feet in diameter, coming down some 150 feet away from him. The most remarkable thing about this object, however, was not its enormous size but the intense conical beam of emerald green light that came down from its underside. The recollections of the legionnaire beyond this point are vague and, by his own admission, may not correspond to reality. Instead of either firing his gun to alert others or picking up the field telephone to call his superiors, he remained staring at the object for over 3/4 of an hour. According to this man, as interviewed by Joel Mesnard, the pale green and emerald colors were the most beautiful, relaxing, and fascinating colors he had ever seen. The object departed in the most classical way, first the whistling noise, then the rising to an altitude of about 300 feet, and finally the climb at tremendous speed toward the northwest. As the object left and the man returned to full awareness, the happy, ecstatic feeling he had experienced was replaced by sadness. He picked up the telephone and reported what he had seen to his superiors. They initially thought that the experience was a hallucination due to stress, but it is to the credit of the French military that a thorough investigation was pursued. Instead of sweeping the case under the rug, and the French Legion in Algeria had more pressing problems at that time than investigating UFO landings, the officers went to the site, examined it carefully, found no physical evidence, resumed their questioning of the witness, and, as he kept insisting on the veracity of the event and they had no reason to doubt his truthfulness, they sent him to Paris for a more detailed examination. In Paris he was kept under observation for 1 week at the Val-de-Grâce military hospital. An electroencephalogram revealed nothing unusual. The medical staff concluded that he was in a state of good mental and physical health and was not suffering from the strain of war in any unusual way. Mr. Mesnard met the witness in May 1970. The Legionnaire had returned to civilian life and impressed the investigator with his practical, down-to-earth sense. He had been looking for no publicity whatsoever and was even reluctant to discuss his experience. When he did so, he answered questions in a straight, matter-of-fact way. He has had no illness of any kind since the day of the sighting, no new experience of an unusual type, and he recalls the extremely peaceful state induced by the presence of the object. It was like time running very slowly. It was like being in another world. Is the mechanism of UFO apparitions, then, an invariant in all cultures? Are we faced here with another reality that transcends our limited notions of space and time? I see no better hypothesis at this point of our knowledge of UFO phenomena. Certainly the space visitors hypothesis fails to explain adequately the ancient symbolism. We do not have a simple series of incidents that could be explained as an encounter with space travelers who might have spotted the Earth and explored it casually on their way to another cosmic destination. Instead, we have a pattern of manifestations, opening the gates to a spiritual level, pointing away to a different consciousness, and producing irrational, absurd events in their wake. The Phoenician amulets, the close encounters with occupants in our time, the ancient beam from heaven, and the focused light from UFOs seem to imply a technology capable of both physical manifestation and psychic effects, a technology that strikes deep at the collective consciousness, confusing us, molding us, as perhaps it confused and molded human civilizations in antiquity. Look but do not touch. It was a great wonder, a sign in heaven indeed, the marvelous airship that flew over the United States in the spring of 1897. And the rediscovery of the remarkable wave of reports it generated has provided a crucial missing link between the apparitions of older days and modern saucer stories, thanks to researchers such as Donald Hanlon, Jerome Clark, and Lucius Farish. The result of their investigations is astonishing. In California, in November 1896, hundreds of residents of the San Francisco area saw a large, elongated, dark object that carried brilliant searchlights and was capable of flying against the wind. Between January and March 1897, it vanished entirely. And suddenly a staggering number of observations of an identical object were made in the Midwest. A witness named Alexander Hamilton described it. A craft with turbine wheels and a glass section with strange beings aboard looking down, a description not unlike that given by Barney and Betty Hill. In March, an object of even stranger appearance was seen by Robert Hibbard, a farmer living 15 miles north of Sioux City, Iowa. Hibbard not only saw the airship, but an anchor hanging from a rope attached to the mysterious craft caught his clothes and dragged him several dozen feet, until he fell back to earth. Presenting in an orderly fashion all the accounts of that period would itself fill a book. My object here is only to review the most detailed observations of the behavior of the airship's occupants on the ground. But first, how did the object behave? It maneuvered very much in the way UFOs are said to maneuver, except that airships were never seen flying in formation or performing aerial dances. Usually, an airship flew rather slowly and majestically. Of course, such an object in 1897 ran no risk of being pursued, except in a few close proximity cases when it was reported to depart as a shot out of a gun. Another difference from modern UFOs lies in the fact that its leisurely trajectory often took it over large urban areas. Omaha, Milwaukee, Chicago, and other cities were thus visited. Each time, large crowds gathered to watch the object. Otherwise, the airship exhibited all the typical activities of UFOs. Hovering, dropping probes on Newton, Iowa on April 10, for example, changing course abruptly, changing altitude at great speed, circling, landing and taking off, sweeping the countryside with powerful light beams. The occupants of the airship were as variously described as are UFO operators. Several reports could be interpreted to mean that dwarfs were among them, but it was not stated in so many words by witnesses. Alexander Hamilton says that the beings were the strangest he had ever seen and that he did not care to see them again. The UFOs operators who engaged in discussion with human witnesses were indistinguishable from the average American population of the time. This, for instance, is the experience related by Captain James Hooton, described in the Arkansas Gazette as the well-known Iron Mountain Railroad conductor. I had gone down to Texarkana to bring back a special, and knowing that I would have some 8 to 10 hours to spend in Texarkana, I went to Homan, Arkansas, to do a little hunting. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when I reached that place. The spot was good, and before I knew it, it was after 6 o'clock when I started to make my way back toward the railroad station. As I was tramping through the bush, my attention was attracted by a familiar sound, a sound for all the world like the working of an air pump on a locomotive. I went at once in the direction of the sound, and there in an open space of some 5 or 6 acres, I saw the object making the noise. To say that I was astonished would but feebly express my feelings. I decided at once that this was the famous airship seen by so many people about the country. There was a medium-sized looking man aboard, and I noticed that he was wearing smoked glasses. He was tinkering around what seemed to be the back end of the ship, and as I approached I was too dumbfounded to speak. He looked at me in surprise and said, "Good day, sir, good day." I asked, "Is this the airship?" And he replied, "Yes, sir," whereupon 3 or 4 other men came out of what was apparently the keel of the ship. A close examination showed that the keel was divided into 2 parts, terminating in front like the sharp of a knife-like edge, while the side of the ship bulged gradually toward the middle, and then receded. There were 3 large wheels upon each side made of some bending metal and arranged so that they became concave as they moved forward. "I beg your pardon, sir," I said, "the noise sounds a great deal like a Westinghouse air brake." "Perhaps it does, my friend. We are using condensed air and aeroplanes, but you will know more later on." "All ready, sir," someone called out when the party all disappeared below. I observed that just in front of each wheel a 2-inch tube began to spurt air on the wheels, and they commenced revolving. The ship gradually arose with a hissing sound. The aeroplanes suddenly sprang forward, turning their sharp ends skyward. Then the rudders at the end of the ship began to veer to one side, and the wheel revolved so fast that one could scarcely see the blades. In less time than it takes to tell you, the ship had gone out of sight. Captain Hooton adds that he could discover no bell or bell rope about the ship and was greatly shocked by this detail, since he thought every well-regulated air locomotive should have one. He left a detailed drawing of the machine. We next look at the testimony of Constable Sumter and Deputy Sheriff McLemore of Hot Springs, Arkansas. While riding northwest from this city on the night of May 6, 1897, we noticed a brilliant light high in the heavens. Suddenly it disappeared, and we said nothing about it, as we were looking for parties and did not want to make any noise. After riding 4 or 5 miles around through the hills we again saw the light, which now appeared to be much nearer the earth. We stopped our horses and watched it coming down, until all at once it disappeared behind another hill. We rode on about half a mile, when our horses refused to go further. About 100 yards distant we saw 2 persons moving around with lights. Drawing our Winchesters, for we were now thoroughly aroused to the importance of the situation, we demanded, "Who is that, and what are you doing?" A man with a long dark beard came forth with a lantern in his hand, and on being informed who we were proceeded to tell us that he and the others, a young man and a woman, were traveling through the country in an airship. We could plainly distinguish the outlines of the vessel, which was cigar-shaped and about 60 feet long, and looking just like the cuts that have appeared in the papers recently. It was dark and raining, and the young man was filling a big sack with water about 30 yards away, and the woman was particular to keep back in the dark. She was holding an umbrella over her head. The man with the whiskers invited us to take a ride, saying that he could take us where it was not raining. We told him we believed we preferred to get wet. Asking the man why the brilliant light was turned on and off so much, he replied that the light was so powerful that it consumed a great deal of his motive power. He said he would like to stop off in hot springs for a few days and take the hot baths, but his time was limited and he could not. He said they were going to wind up at Nashville, after thoroughly seeing the country. Being in a hurry we left, and upon our return, about 40 minutes later, nothing was to be seen. We did not hear or see the airship when it departed. In the Chicago Chronicle of April 13, 1897, appeared the following, under the headline Airship Seen in Iowa. Fontanelle, Iowa, April 12. The airship was seen here at 8:30 tonight, and was viewed by the whole population. It came from the southeast, and was not over 200 feet above the treetops and moved very slowly, not to exceed 10 miles an hour. The machine could be plainly seen, and is described as being 60 feet in length, and the vibration of the wings could be plainly seen. It carried the usual colored lights, and the working of the machinery could be heard, as also could the strains of music, as from an orchestra. It was hailed, but passed on to the north, seeming to increase its speed, and disappeared. There is no doubt in Fontanelle that it was the real thing, and is testified to by the most prominent citizens. Here the airship, which had appeared to Captain Hooton as a typically mechanical contraption, takes on a more fairy-like appearance. The parallel becomes even more striking in the following report, as pointed out by researcher Donald Hanlon. It is extracted from the April 28 edition of the Houston Daily Post. Merkel, Texas, April 26. Some parties returning from church last night noticed a heavy object dragging along with a rope attached. They followed it until, in crossing the railroad, it caught on a rail. On looking up they saw what they supposed was the airship. It was not near enough to get an idea of the dimensions. A light could be seen protruding several windows, one bright light in front like the headlight of a locomotive. After some 10 minutes, a man was seen descending the rope. He came near enough to be plainly seen. He wore a light blue sailor suit and was small in size. He stopped when he discovered parties at the anchor, and cut the rope below him and sailed off in a northeast direction. The anchor is now on exhibition at the blacksmith shop of Elliott and Miller and is attracting the attention of hundreds of people. This sounds much too familiar to be taken lightly, comments Hanlon, who reminds us of the Sioux City incident, when Robert Hibbard was dragged by an anchor hanging from an airship, and of Drake's and Wilkins' account of two incidents that took place about 1211 AD or earlier. According to the Irish story, there happened in the borough of Clora one Sunday, while the people were at Mass, a marvel. In this town is a church dedicated to Saint Canaris. It befell that an anchor was dropped from the sky, with a rope attached to it, and one of the flukes caught in the arch above the church door. The people rushed out of the church and saw in the sky a ship with men on board, floating before the anchor cable, and they saw a man leap overboard and jump down to the anchor, as if to release it. He looked as if he were swimming in water. The folk rushed up and tried to seize him, but the bishop forbade the people to hold the man, for it might kill him, he said. The man was freed and hurried up to the ship, where the crew cut the rope and the ship sailed out of sight. But the anchor is in the church, and has been there ever since, as a testimony. In Gervas of Tilbury's Otis Imperialia, a similar account is related as having taken place in Gravesend, Kent, England. An anchor from a cloud ship, caught in a mound of stones in the churchyard. The people heard voices from above, and the rope was moved as if to free the anchor, to no avail. A man was then seen to slide down the rope and cut it. In one account, he then climbed back aboard the ship. In another, he died of suffocation. The Houston Post of April 22, 1897, has a further report. Rockland, Mr. John M. Barclay, living near this place, reports that last night about 11 o'clock, after having retired, he heard his dog barking furiously, together with a whining noise. He went to the door to ascertain the trouble and saw something, he says, that made his eyes bulge out, and but for the fact that he had been reading of an airship that was supposed to have been in or over Texas, he would have taken to the woods. It was a peculiar-shaped body, with an oblong shape, with wings and side attachments of various sizes and shapes. There were brilliant lights, which appeared much brighter than electric light. When he first saw it, I seemed perfectly stationary about 5 yards from the ground. It circled a few times and gradually descended to the ground in a pasture adjacent to his house. He took his Winchester and went down to investigate. As soon as the ship, or whatever it might be, alighted, the lights went out. The night was bright enough for a man to be distinguished several yards, and when within about 30 yards of the ship, he was met by an ordinary mortal, who requested him to lay his gun aside as no harm was intended. Whereupon the following conversation ensued. Mr. Barclay inquired, "Who are you and what do you want?" "Never mind about my name, call it Smith. I want some lubricating oil and a couple of cold chisels if you can get them, and some bluestone. I suppose the saw-mill hard by has the 2 former articles and the telegraph operator has the bluestone. Here is a $10 bill. Take it and get us these articles and keep the change for your trouble." Mr. Barclay said, "What have you got down there? Let me go and see it." He who wanted to be called Smith said, "No, we cannot permit you to approach any nearer, but do as we request you and your kindness will be appreciated, and we will call you some future day and reciprocate your kindness by taking you on a trip." Mr. Barclay went and procured the oil and cold chisels, but could not get the bluestone. They had no change, and Mr. Barclay tendered him the $10 bill, but same was refused. The man shook hands with him, and thanked him cordially, and asked that he not follow him to the vessel. As he left, Mr. Barclay called him, and asked where he was from and where he was going. He replied, "From anywhere, but we will be in Greece day after tomorrow." He got on board, when there was again the whirling noise, and the thing was gone, as Mr. Barclay expresses it, like a shot out of a gun. Mr. Barclay is perfectly reliable. The same night, half an hour later, according to the Houston Post of April 26, and reported independently Josserand, considerable excitement prevails at this writing in this usually quiet village of Jessyrand, caused by a visit of the noted airship, which has been at so many points of late. Mr. Frank Nichols, a prominent farmer living about 2 miles east of here, and a man of unquestioned veracity, was awakened night before last near the hour of 12 by whirring noise similar to that made by machinery. Upon looking out, he was startled upon beholding brilliant lights streaming from a ponderous vessel of strange proportions, which rested upon the ground in his cornfield. The landing at Eagle River. It was an unusual day in 1961 for the Food and Drug Laboratory of the U.S. Department of Health, Education and Welfare, when the Air Force requested an analysis of a piece of wheat cake that had been cooked aboard a flying saucer. The human being who had obtained the cake was Joe Simonton, a 60-year-old chicken farmer who lived alone in a small house in the vicinity of Eagle River, Wisconsin. He was given 3 cakes, ate one of them, and thought it tasted like cardboard. The Air Force put it more scientifically. The cake was composed of hydrogenated fat, starch, buckwheat hulls, soya bean hulls, wheat bran. Bacteria and radiation readings were normal for this material. Chemical, infrared, and other destructive type tests were run on this material. The Food and Drug Laboratory of the U.S. Department of Health, Education and Welfare concluded that the material was an ordinary pancake of terrestrial origin. Where did it come from? The reader will have to decide for himself what he chooses to believe after reading this chapter. It includes the Eagle River incident because this is a first-hand account, given by a man of absolute sincerity. Speaking for the U.S. Air Force, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who investigated the case along with Major Robert Friend and an officer from Sawyer Ace Force Base, stated, "There is no question that Mr. Simonton felt that his contact had been a real experience." The time was approximately 11 a.m. on April 18, 1961, when Joe Simonton was attracted outside by a peculiar noise similar to knobby tires on a wet pavement. Stepping into his yard, he faced a silvery saucer-shaped object, brighter than chrome, which appeared to be hovering close to the ground without actually touching it. The object was about 12 feet high and 30 feet in diameter. A hatch opened about 5 feet from the ground, and Simonton saw 3 men inside the machine. One was dressed in a black two-piece suit. The occupants were about 5 feet tall. Smooth-shaven, they appeared to resemble Italians. They had dark hair and skin and wore outfits with turtleneck tops and knit helmet. One of the men held up a jug apparently made of the same material as the saucer. His motioning to Joe Simonton seemed to indicate that he needed water. Simonton took the jug, went inside the house, and filled it. As he returned, he saw that one of the men inside the saucer was frying food on a flameless grill of some sort. The interior of the ship was black, the color of wrought iron. Simonton saw several instrument panels and heard a slow whining sound, similar to the hum of a generator. When he made a motion indicating he was interested in the food, one of the men, who was also dressed in black but with a narrow red trim along the trousers, handed him 3 cookies, about 3 inches in diameter and perforated with small holes. The whole affair lasted about 5 minutes. Finally, the man closest to the witness attached a kind of belt to a hook in his clothing and closed the hatch in such a way that Simonton could scarcely detect its outline. Then the object rose about 20 feet from the ground before taking off straight south, causing a blast of air that bent some nearby pine trees. Along the edge of the saucer, the witness recalls, were exhaust pipes 6 or 7 inches in diameter. The hatch was about 6 feet high and 30 inches wide, and, although the object has always been described as a saucer, its actual shape was that of 2 inverted bowls. When 2 deputies sent by Sheriff Schroeder, who had known Simonton for 14 years, arrived on the scene, they could not find any corroborative evidence. The sheriff stated that the witness obviously believed the truth of what he was saying and talked very sensibly about the incident. Food from fairyland. The Eagle River case has never been solved. The Air Force believes that Joe Simonton, who lived alone, had a sudden dream while he was awake and inserted his dream into the continuum of events around him of which he was conscious. I understand several psychologists in Dayton, Ohio, are quite satisfied with this explanation. So were most serious amateur ufologists of the time. Alas, ufology, like psychology, has become such a narrow field of specialization that the experts have no time for general culture. They are so busy rationalizing the dreams of other people that they themselves do not dream anymore, nor do they read fairy tales. If they did, they would perhaps take a much closer look at Joe Simonton and his pancake. They would know about the gentry and the food from fairyland. In 1909, an American researcher named Walter Evans Wentz, who wrote a thesis on Celtic traditions in Brittany, devoted much time to the gathering of folk tales about supernatural beings, their habits, their contacts with men, and their food. In his book The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, for example, he gives the story of Pat Feeney, an Irishman of whom we know only that he was well off before the hard times, meaning perhaps the famine of 1846 to 1847. One day a little woman came to his house and asked for some oatmeal. Patty had so little that he was ashamed to offer it, so he offered her some potatoes instead, but she wanted oatmeal, and then he gave her all that he had. She told him to place it back in the bin till she should return for it. This he did, and the next morning the bin was overflowing with oatmeal. The woman was one of the gentry. It is unfortunate that Patty did not save this valuable evidence for the benefit of the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare's Food and Drug Lab. Perhaps the lab would have explained this miracle of the multiplication of the oatmeal, along with other peculiar properties of fairy food. For it is well known in Ireland that if you are taken away by the gentry, you must never taste food in their palace. Otherwise, you never come back. You become one of them. It is interesting that the analysis performed for the Air Force did not mention the presence of salt in the pancakes given to Simonton. Indeed, Evans Wentz was told by an Irishman who was quite familiar with the gentry that they never taste anything salt, but eat fresh meat and drink pure water. Pure water is what the saucer men took from Simonton. The question of food is one of the points most frequently treated in the traditional literature of the Celtic legends, along with the documented stories of babies kidnapped by the elves and of the terrestrial animals they hunt and take away. Before we study this abundant material, however, we should supply some background information about the mysterious folks the Irish call the gentry and the Scots call the good people. Sleaf Maith. The gentry are a fine large race who live out on the sea and in the mountains, and they are all very good neighbors. The bad ones are not the gentry at all, they are the fallen angels and they live in the woods and the sea, says one of Evans Wentz's informers. Patrick Water gives this description of one of the beings. A crowd of boys out in the fields one day saw a ferryman with a red cap. Except for his height he was like any other man. He was about 3.5 feet tall. The boys surrounded him, but he made such a sputtering talk they let him go. And he disappeared as he walked away in the direction of the old fort. There were few places where one could still see such creatures, even in Great Britain or France after 1850. All the storytellers, all the popular almanacs, agree that as civilization advanced the little folks became increasingly shy. A few untouched places recommended by Evans Wentz, however, are the Yosemite Valley in California and the Ben Bulben country and Ross Point in County Sligo, Ireland. Dublin seers are known to have made many trips to Ben Bulben, a famous mountain honeycombed with curious grottos. At the very foot of the mountain, as the heavy white fog banks hung over Ben Bulben and its neighbors, Evans Wentz was told, the following incident occurred. When I was a young man I often used to go out in the mountains over there to fish for trout or to hunt. And it was in January on a cold, dry day while carrying my gun that I and a friend with me as we were walking around Ben Bulben saw one of the gentry for the first time. This one was dressed in blue with a headdress adorned with what seemed to be frills. When he came upon us, he said to me in a sweet and silvery voice, "The seldom you come to this mountain the better, mister, a young lady here wants to take you away." Then he told us not to fire our guns, because the gentry dislike being disturbed by the noise. And he seemed to be like a soldier of the gentry on guard. As we were leaving the mountain, he told us not to look back, and we didn't. Evans Wentz then asked for a description of the gentry, and was told the following: "The folk are the grandest I have ever seen. They are far superior to us, and that is why they call themselves the gentry. They are not a working class, but a military aristocratic class, tall and noble appearing. They are a distinct race between our race and that of spirits, as they have told me. Their qualifications are tremendous. We could cut off half the human race, but would not, they said, for we are expecting salvation. And I knew a man 3 or 4 years ago whom they struck down with paralysis. Their sight is so penetrating that I think they could see through the earth. They have a silvery voice, quick and sweet. The gentry live inside the mountains in beautiful castles, and there are a good many branches of them in other countries, and especially in Ireland. Some live in the Wicklow Mountains near Dublin. Like armies they have their stations and move from one to another. My guide and informer said to me once, 'I command a regiment. They travel greatly, and they can appear in Paris, Marseilles, Naples, Genoa, Turin or Dublin, like ordinary people, and even in crowds. They love especially Spain, southern France, and the south of Europe. The gentry take a great interest in the affairs of men, and they always stand for justice and right. Sometimes they fight among themselves. They take young and intelligent people who are interesting. They take the whole body and soul, transmuting the body to a body like their own. I asked them once if they ever died, and they said, no, we are always kept young. Once they take you and you taste food in their palace, you cannot come back. They never taste anything salt, but eat fresh meat and drink pure water. They marry and have children, and one of them could marry a good and pure mortal. They are able to appear in different forms. One once appeared to me and seemed only 4 feet high and stoutly built. He said, "I am bigger than I appear to you now. We can make the old young, the big small, the small big." The cakes given to Joe Simonton were composed of, among other things, buckwheat hulls. And buckwheat is closely associated with legends of Brittany, one of the most conservative Celtic areas. In that region of France, belief in fairies, fees, is still widespread, although Evans Wentz and Paul Sébillot had great difficulty, about 1900, finding Bretons who said that they had seen fees. One of the peculiarities of Breton traditional legend is the association of the fees or Corrigans with a race of beings named Fians. Once upon a time a black cow belonging to little cave-dwelling Fians ruined the buckwheat field of a poor woman, who bitterly complained about the damage. The Fians made a deal with her. They would see to it that she should never run out of buckwheat cakes, provided she kept her mouth shut. And indeed she and her family discovered that their supply of cakes was inexhaustible. Alas! One day the woman gave some of the cake to a man who should not have been entrusted with the secret of its magical origin, and the family had to go back to the ordinary way of making buckwheat cakes. The Bible, too, gives a few examples of magical food supplies, similarly inexhaustible, the so-called manna from heaven. Moreover, stories narrated by actual people provide close parallels to this theme. Witness the following account, given by Edwin S. Hartland, a scholar of popular traditions, in his book The Science of Fairy Tales. A man who lived in Ystrad Finlays in Breadnockshire, going out one day to look after his cattle and sheep on the mountain, disappeared. In about 3 weeks, after search had been made in vain for him and his wife had given him up for dead, he came home. His wife asked him where he had been for the last 3 weeks. 3 weeks? Is it 3 weeks you call 3 hours? Said he. Pressed to say where he had been, he told her he had been playing his flute, which he usually took with him on the mountain, at the Lorfa, a spot near the Van Pool, when he was surrounded at a distance by little beings like men, who closed nearer and nearer to him until they became a very small circle. They sang and danced, and so affected him that he quite lost himself. They offered him some small cakes to eat, of which he partook, and he had never enjoyed himself so well in his life. Evans Wentz also has a few stories about the food from fairyland, gathered during his trips through the Celtic countries in the first few years of the present century. John MacNeill of Barra, an old man who spoke no English, told Michael Buchanan, who translated the story from the Gaelic for Evans Wentz, a pretty tale about a girl who was taken by the gentry. The fairies, he said, took the girl into their dwelling and set her to work baking cake. But no matter how much she took from the closet, there was always the same amount left on the shelf. And she had to keep baking and baking, until the old ferryman took pity on her and said, "I am sure you are wearying of the time and thinking long of getting from our premises, and I will direct you to the means by which you can get your leave. Whatever remainder of meal falls from the cakes after being baked put into the meal closet, and that will stimulate my wife to give you leave." Naturally, she did as directed and got away. John MacNeill, who was between 70 and 80 years old, gave no date to the story, but since he said he saw the girl after her experience, the event probably took place in the second part of the 19th century. Scientifically inclined people scoff at such stories with a very indignant air. A group of national UFO investigators, when contacted about the Eagle River incident, stated that they did not intend to analyze the cookies, planned no further action, and had much more important things to investigate. 2 weeks after the sighting, Joe Simonton told a United Press International reporter that, if it happened again, "I don't think I'd tell anybody about it." And indeed, if flying saucers were devices used by a super-scientific civilization from space, we would expect them to be packed inside with electronic gadgetry, super radars, and a big computerized spying apparatus. But visitors in human shape, who breathe our air and zip around in flying kitchenettes, that is too much, Mr. Simonton. Visitors from the stars would not be human or humanoid. They would not dare come here without receiving a polite invitation from our powerful radio telescopes. For several centuries, they would exchange highly scientific information with experts like Dr. Carl Sagan through exquisite circuitry and elaborate code. And even if they did come here, surely they would land in Washington, D.C., where the President of the United States and the scientific ufologists would greet them. Presents would be exchanged. We would offer books on exobiology, and they would give us photographs of our solar system taken through space telescopes. But perforated, cardboard-tasting, pancake-shaped buckwheat cakes? How terribly rural, Mr. Simonton! And yet, there is no question that Joe Simonton believes that he saw the flying saucer, the flameless grill, the three men. He gave them pure water, they gave him 3 pancakes. If we reflect on this very simple event, as the students of folklore have reflected on the stories quoted above, we cannot overlook one possibility: that the event at Eagle River did happen, and that it has the meaning of a simple, yet grandiose, ceremony. This latter theory was very well expressed by Hartland, when he said, about the exchange of food with the gentry, almost all over the earth, the right of hospitality has been held to confer obligations on its recipient, and to unite them by special ties to the giver. And even where the notion of hospitality does not enter, to join in a common meal has often been held to symbolize, if not to constitute, union of a very sacred kind. That such meaning is still attached to a common meal is readily seen at weddings and other traditional meetings where food is an important constituent, even if the symbolic value of such events is lost to most of our contemporaries. Hartland goes so far as to suggest that the custom of burying the dead with some food might bear some relationship to the widespread belief that one must have a supply of terrestrial food when one reaches the land beyond or forsake the earth entirely. And indeed, in ancient and recent tradition alike, the abode of our supernatural visitors is not always distinct from the world of the dead. This is a moot point, however, because the same applies to visitors from heaven. The theologians, who argue about the nature of angels, know it very well. But at least the idea of food provides another connection. In the light of Hartland's remarks about the right of hospitality, a passage from the Bible is noteworthy. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree, and I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts, after that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, So do, as thou hast said. And he took butter, and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And according to Genesis 19 verse 3, Lot took the 2 angels he met at the gate of Sodom to his house, and he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. So, after all, Joe Simonton's account might be a modern illustration of that biblical recommendation: be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unaware. Rings in the moonlight. This section is devoted to several types of artifacts claimed by popular tradition to be of supernatural origin, such as fairy rings and saucer nests. Although such phenomena are treated as borderline cases by specialists in UFO investigation, I believe the nests deserve more than passing attention and should also be considered in the light of specific traditional beliefs about the meaning of the magic circles that for centuries farmers have found in their fields. The literature on this subject is abundant, and we shall select only a few cases to illustrate the point. On Thursday, July 28, 1966, in the evening, Mr. and Mrs. Lacoste were walking in the vicinity of Montsoreau, Maine-et-Thieloir, France. All of a sudden, they saw a red sphere cross the sky like a meteor. It did not behave quite as a meteor, however, because it seemed to touch the ground and then rise again, and hover at mid-height for a while before it was lost to sight. A check was made for military experiments in the area. There were none. The next day, a Montsoreau farmer, Alain Rouillet, reported that a 9-square-yard area of his wheat field had been flattened and covered with a yellowish, oily substance. Further investigation disclosed additional details on the identity of the witnesses and substantiated the idea that a peculiar object had indeed landed. Mr. Lacoste is a photographer in Saumur but, unfortunately, did not carry a camera with him at the time. He described the light given off by the sphere as being so intense that it lit up the countryside. The sphere hovered, he said, for a few seconds, then it maneuvered close to the ground. The witnesses felt sure it was a guided military gadget and walked to a distance about 400 yards from the object, which went away and was lost to sight behind some woods. The whole sighting had lasted 4 minutes. 6 months earlier, a rash of similar sightings had made headlines in Australia. More flying saucer nests was the big news on the front page of the Sydney Sun Herald for January 23, 1966. 3 nests had been discovered in Queensland, circular clearings of dead reeds surrounded by green reeds. Hundreds of sightseers were searching for more by the time the reports were published. On January 19, 1966, at 9 a.m., a 27-year-old banana grower, George Pedley, was driving his tractor in the vicinity of a swamp called Horseshoe Lagoon when he suddenly heard a loud hissing noise. "It sounded like air escaping from a tire," he said. Then, 25 yards in front of him, he saw a machine rising from the swamp. It was blue-gray, about 25 feet across and 9 feet high. It was spinning and rose to about 60 feet before moving off. "It was all over in a few seconds. It moved at terrific speed," said Pedley. Then he found the first nest, with reeds flattened in a clockwise direction. The Sydney Sun Herald sent a reporter, Ben Davey, to investigate the sighting, and it was discovered that dozens of people in the area had seen strange saucer-like craft similar to the one reported by Pedley, most of them before his sighting. Davey found a total of 5 nests and published the following description. "I saw clearings in the reeds where they took off, and it was as everyone described it. In a circle roughly 30 feet in diameter, reeds had been cut and flattened in a clockwise direction. One of the nests is a floating platform of clotted roots and weeds, apparently torn by tremendous force from the mud bottom beneath 5 feet of water. The second and third nests had been found, respectively, by Tom Warren, a cane farmer of Urimo, and Mr. Penning, a Tully schoolteacher. They were about 25 yards from the first one, but hidden by dense scrub. In the third nest, which seemed quite recent, the reeds were flattened in a counterclockwise direction. All the reeds were dead, but they had not been scorched or burned. A patch of grass, about 4 feet square and 3 feet from the boundary of the first disc, had been clipped at water level, thereby adding a new element of the mystery. Altogether, the rings varied in diameter from 8 to 30 feet. In all but the smallest, the reeds had been flattened in a clockwise direction. Policemen collected samples for tests, scientists came with Geiger counters, and the Royal Australian Air Force intelligence people were all over the place. Rumors circulated blaming the Soviets for using the vast open spaces of Australia to develop scientific ideas far ahead of the Americans. Why the Soviets could not conduct their secret testing in the vast open spaces of Siberia was not disclosed. Neither was it revealed why the pilots of the super-secret communist weapon could not resist the temptation to buzz the tractor of a 27-year-old banana grower in the capitalist world. Fortunately, there were several natural explanations for the sighting or the nests, although only one hypothesis, suggested by a Sydney Sun Herald reader on January 30th, accounted for both. He believed the outer space panic in Queensland was caused by a tall shy bird with a blue body and red markings on the head. It was either a type of brolga or a blue heron, but the man did not know the correct scientific name. Many times, as he wandered barefooted through the bush, he said, he had seen the birds dancing, but they flew away at high speed before he could reach them. They would resemble a vaporous blue cloud and would certainly make a whirring sound in flight. Unfortunately for this pretty and imaginative theory, it got no backing from biologists. Museum ornithologist H. J. Disney thought the brolgas could not make circular depressions of symmetrical design. He was similarly skeptical about the bald-headed coot theory, advanced by another man, Goolagong resident Ken Adams. "I've never heard of this habit by the bird," Disney said. Researcher Donald Hanlon has pointed out that another explanation for the nests has been proposed locally. They are the playground of crocodiles in love. I fully share Hanlon's skepticism about this last explanation, because it could hardly apply to the nests found in Ohio, which will be discussed in a moment, or to the damaged wheat field in Montserrat. A Queensland resident, Alex Bordajenko, who knows about the crocodiles, claims the reeds are too thick in Horseshoe Lagoon for crocodiles to move through them. So here we are. Dancing cranes are held responsible by some people for bending reeds that are so thick crocodiles, according to other people, cannot move through them. What really caused the damage? Nobody knows. On his way home that Wednesday night, George Pedley decided he would tell no one about the spaceship in the swamp. He saw neither portholes nor antennae on the blue-gray object and no sign of life either inside or about it. Furthermore, he had always laughed at flying saucer stories. But then he met Albert Panisi, the owner of Horseshoe Lagoon, and disclosed the sighting. He was very surprised when Panisi believed him right away and told him he had been dreaming for a week that a flying saucer would land on his property. This last detail places the Queensland saucer nests in the best tradition of the fairy faith. The time, 6 months before the Queensland experience. The place, Delroy, Ohio. On June 28, 1965, a farmer, John Stavano, heard a series of explosions. 2 days later, he discovered a curious formation on the ground. When analyzed, soil and wheat samples showed no evidence of an explosion. Wheat plants seemed to have been sucked out of the ground, like the uprooted reeds in Queensland or the uprooted grass in a French landing of 1954 in Ponce. The Ohio incident was carefully investigated by local civilian researchers. A. Canduso and Larry Moyers, accompanied by Gary Davis. They found the strange circular formation on Stavano's farm, which is situated on a high point. At the center of the ring was a circular depression about 28 inches in diameter. It was probed with a pinch bar, but only loose soil was found for a depth of 9 inches. Much of the wheat had been removed, roots and all, and clods of soil a few inches long had been disturbed. The wheat was laid down like the spokes of a wheel. There was no swirling effects as in the Tully nests. If we turn from Australia and Ohio to England, we are faced with another incident. As reported in the Flying Saucer Review by editor Wavani Girvan, September 1963 – July 16, 1963, will long be remembered in the annals of British ufology. Something appeared to have landed on Farmer Roy Blanchard's field at the Manor Farm, Charlton, Wiltshire. The marks on the ground were first discovered by a farm worker, Reg Alexander. They overlapped a potato field and a barley field. The marks comprised a saucer-shaped depression or crater 8 feet in diameter and about 4 inches in depth. In the center of this depression there was found a 3 feet deep hole variously described as from 5 inches to 1 foot in diameter. Radiating from the central hole were 4 slot marks, 4 feet long and 1 foot wide. The object must have landed, if land it did unseen, but Mr. Leonard Joliffe, a dairyman on the farm, reported he heard a blast one morning at approximately 6 a.m. On July 23, the London Daily Express was to report that nearly 2 weeks earlier, on July 10, Police Constable Anthony Penny had seen an orange object flash through the sky and vanish near the Manor Farm field. On the basis of this limited information, it would seem quite plausible to think that the Charlton crater was caused by a meteorite. Indeed, when a small piece of metal was recovered from the hole at the center of the crater, British astronomer Patrick Moore went to the British Broadcasting Corporation and stated categorically that the crater had been caused by a shrimp-sized meteorite, crashing down and turning itself into a very effective explosive. This ended the mystery as far as the scientific public was concerned. But the actual facts of the matter, as they became known to a few scientists who pursued it, and to the Army engineers who were in charge of the investigation, were altogether different. Farmer Roy Blanchard sent for the police, who, in turn, summoned the Army. Captain John Rogers, chief of the Army Bomb Disposal Unit, conducted most of the field investigations. His preliminary report indicated no burn or scratch marks, no trace of an explosion. And while Captain Rogers stated that he and his superiors were baffled, Farmer Roy Blanchard made further disclosures. There isn't a trace of the potatoes and barley which were growing where the crater is now. No stalks, no roots, no leaves. The thing was heavy enough to crush rocks and stones to powder? Yet it came down gently. We heard no crash, and whatever power it uses produces no heat or noise. Then, on July 19th, it was reported that Captain Rogers had obtained permission to sink a shaft. The readings obtained were rather unusual. They indicated a metallic object of some size, deeply embedded. And it was further learned that detectors behaved wildly, presumably because the metallic piece in question was highly magnetic. At this stage, it should be pointed out, the investigation was still open and aboveboard, possibly because the Army, rather than the British Air Ministry, was involved. And the Army's Southern Command Public Relations Officer at Salisbury told Girvan that the object was recovered from the hole. It was sent to a British museum expert and promptly identified as a piece of common ironstone, which could be found buried all over southern England. The British Museum suggested that it had been in the ground for some time, thus eliminating the idea of a hoax. And Dr. F. Claringboule, also of the museum, destroyed the meteorite explanation and, according to the Yorkshire Post of July 27, stated, "There is more in this than meets the eye." The last word stayed with Southern Command, however, and it commented wisely. The cause of the phenomena is still unexplained, but it is no part of the Army's task to unravel such mysteries. If we try to summarize what we have learned from these incidents, the Tully Nest, the Ohio Ring, and the Charlton Crater, we can state the following. 1. Public rumor associates sighting of flying saucers with the discovery of circular depressions on the ground. 2. When vegetation is present at the site, it exhibits the action of a flattering force which produces either a stationary pattern, spokes of a wheel, or a rotating pattern, clockwise or counterclockwise. 3. Some of the vegetation is usually removed, sometimes with the roots, leaves, etc. Wink with a frown. 4. The effect of a very strong vertical force is often noticed, as evidenced by earth and plants scattered around the site. 5. Strong magnetic activity has been found in one instance, where common ironstone was buried close to the center of the depression, and 6. A deep hole, a few inches in diameter, is often present at the center. Do I need to remind the reader of that celebrated habit of the elves, to leave behind them strange rings in the fields and prairies? One Sunday in August, as he wandered over the hills of Howth, Evanswentz met some local people with whom he discussed these old tales. After he had tea with the man and his daughter, they took him to a field close by to show him a fairy ring, and while he stood in the ring, they told him, "Yes, the fairies do exist, and this is where they have often been seen dancing. The grass never gets high in the lines of the ring, for it is only the shortest and finest kind that grows there. In the middle, fairy mushrooms grow in a circle, and the fairies use them to sit on. They are very little people, and are very fond of dancing and singing. They wear green coats, and sometimes red caps and red coat." On November 12, 1968, the Argentine press reported that near Necochea, 310 miles south of Buenos Aires, a civilian pilot had reported a strange pattern on the ground and investigated it with several military men. Walking to the spot, where a flying saucer was earlier alleged to have landed, they found a circle 6 yards in diameter where the earth was calcined. Inside this circle grew 8 giant white mushrooms, one of them nearly 3 feet in diameter. In Santa Fe Province, other extraordinary mushrooms have been discovered under similar circumstances. Another writer, reporting on Scandinavian legends, noted that elves are depicted there as beings with oversized heads, tiny legs, and long arms. They are responsible for the bright green circles, called elf dawn, that one sees on the lawns. Even nowadays, when a Danish farmer comes across such a ring at dawn, he says that the elves have come there during the night to dance. It is amusing to note that attempts have been made, in the early days of rationalism, to explain fairy rings as electrical phenomena, a consequence of atmospheric effects. P. Maranzino, for example, quotes a little couple by Erasmus Darwin, the grandfather of the English naturalist Charles Darwin, written in 1789. So from the dark clouds the playful lightning springs, rivers the firm oak o'erprints the fairy rings. And Erasmus Darwin adds, there is a phenomenon, supposed to be electric, which is not yet accounted for. I mean the fairy rings, as they are called, so often seen on the grass. At times larger parts of prominences of clouds gradually sinking as they move along are discharged on the moister parts of the grassy plains. Now this knob or corner of a cloud in being attracted to the earth will become nearly cylindrical, as loose wool would do when drawn out into a thread, and will strike the earth with a stream of electricity perhaps 2 to 10 yards in diameter. Just the external part of the cylinder burns the grass. The formulation of this idea in terms of modern plasma physics will no doubt soon be provided by eager scholars. They would do well, however, to note the diameter of the cylinder mentioned by the elder Darwin, 2 to 10 yards, the diameter of the average UFO. Angels or devils? We have already noted several instances connecting unknown beings with the theft of agricultural product. Lavender plants, grapes, or potatoes seem to have been taken away with equal dexterity by the mysterious little men. In story after story, from North and South America and from Europe, the creatures are seen alighting from their shiny craft, picking up plants, and taking off again before amazed witnesses. Such behavior is well designed to make the investigators of such stories assume that the visitors are gathering samples with all the care and precision of seasoned exobiologists. Are we not, after all, designing robots that will continue analysis of the Martian surface begun when the Viking probe reached that planet? In a few cases, the visitors even take the time to interview the witnesses at length concerning agricultural techniques. Such was the case in a 1964 landing that, curiously enough, took place in Tioga City, New York, on the very day of the Socorro landing, about 10 hours before Officer Zamora observed the egg-shaped, shiny object so familiar to us now. Gary T. Wilcox, a dairy farmer, was spreading fertilizer in his field. Some time before 10 a.m., he stopped to check a field surrounded by woods, about a mile away from his barn. He wanted to see whether ground conditions would allow plowing. As he approached the field, however, he saw a shiny object that he first took to be a discarded refrigerator, then a wing tank or some other aircraft part. When he drew closer, he realized that the object was egg-shaped and about 20 by 16 feet, had the appearance of durable metal, and did not look like anything he had ever seen before. He touched it. It was not hot. He observed no door or hatch of any kind. And yet two human-like creatures suddenly appeared. They were about 4 feet tall and wore seamless clothing, with headdress and a full-face hood that did not allow Wilcox to observe any facial features. They appeared to have arms and legs. They talked to him, in smooth English, but their voices did not come from their heads, as far as Wilcox could tell, but from their bodies. Do not be alarmed, we have talked to people before. We are from what you people refer to as planet Mars, they said. In spite of Gary's conviction that someone must be playing a gag on me, the strange conversation continued. The two beings were interested in fertilizers and expressed considerable interest in their use. They stated that they grew food on Mars, but that changes in the environment were creating problems they hoped to solve by obtaining information about our agricultural technique. Their questions were quite childlike, and they appeared to have no knowledge of the subject whatever. Each one carried a tray filled with soil. When they talked about space or the ship, I had difficulty in understanding their explanations. They said they only travel to this planet every 2 years and they are presently using the Western Hemisphere, Wilcox reported. They explained that they landed only during daylight hours, because their ship is less readily visible in daylight, and they said they were surprised Wilcox had seen their craft. They also volunteered information about space travel. Our astronauts would not be successful, they said, because their bodies would not adapt to space conditions. Finally, they requested a bag of fertilizer, but, as Wilcox walked away to get it, the craft took off, disappearing from sight in a very few seconds. The witness left a bag of fertilizer at the place. The next day it was gone. In many of the South American landings, entities have been described walking away with soil samples, plants, even boulders. Everything in their behavior seems designed to make us believe in the outer space origin of these strange beings and their craft. And, indeed, such absurd incidents have greatly influenced the researchers, including myself, who have seriously thought that the UFOs were space probes sent by an extraterrestrial civilization. On November 1, 1954, Mrs. Rosa Lotti Dainelli, 40 years old, was going to the cemetery at Poggio d'Ambra, Busine, near Arezzo, Italy. A devout Italian woman, she was carrying a pot containing flowers. Her mind at that moment must have been far from science fiction speculation, yet what happened to her in the next minute constitutes perhaps the strangest of the entire wave of 1954 incidents. As Mrs. Lotti Dainelli walked past an open grassy space, she saw a vertical, torpedo-shaped machine with pointed edges, a machine, in other words, shaped like two cones with common bases. In the lower cone was an opening through which two small seats were visible. The craft looked metallic. It did not resemble anything the witness had seen before. From behind the object, two beings appeared. They were 3.5 to 4 feet tall. They looked joyful. Their smiles displayed white and very thin teeth. They were wearing gray coveralls and reddish leather helmets similar to those used by military drivers. They had what seemed to be a convexity at the center of their foreheads. Speaking in incomprehensible language, the two closed in on the woman, and one of them took the pot containing the flowers. Mrs. Lotti Dainelli now tried to get her property back, but the two beings ignored her and returned to their craft. The witness started to scream and ran away. She returned to the spot with other witnesses, including policemen. Too late. Not a trace of the object was left. But it seems that other people saw the craft in flight, leaving a red and blue trail. These stories would be amazing and nothing more if it were not for one fact known to students of folklore. A constant feature of one class of legends involving supernatural creatures is that the beings come to our world to steal our products, our animals, and even, as we shall see in a later chapter, human beings. But for the moment, let us concern ourselves only with the sample-gathering behavior of these beings and their requests for terrestrial product. In an Algonquin legend embodying all the characteristics of an excellent saucer story, a hunter beholds a basket that comes down from heaven. The basket contains 12 young maidens of ravishing beauty. The man attempts to approach them, but the celestial creatures quickly re-enter the basket, which ascends rapidly out of sight. However, witnessing the descent of the strange object on another day, the same hunter uses a trick to come close to it and succeeds in capturing one of the girls, whom he marries and by whom he has a son. Nothing, unfortunately, can console his wife for loss of the society of her sisters, who have gone away with the flying vehicle. One day she makes a small basket, and according to Hartland, having entered it with her child, she sang the charm she and her sisters had formerly used, and ascended once more to the star from whence she had come. She had been back in that heavenly country 2 years when she was told, "Thy son wants to see his father. Go down therefore to the earth and fetch thy husband, and tell him to bring us specimens of all the animals he kills." She did so, and the hunter ascended with his wife, saw his son, and attended a great feast, at which the animals he brought were served. The Algonquin story offers a complex mixture of these. Some of them are present in modern-day UFO stories. Others derive from traditional concepts, such as the exchange of food. The new elements are 1. The desire expressed by the celestial beings to receive specimens of all the animals the hunter kills, and 2. The idea that sexual contact between the terrestrial and the aerial races is possible. So far, we have seen our visitors stealing plants and requesting various items. But have they actually killed animals themselves? Have they taken away cattle? If we are to believe the stories told by many witnesses, they have. But the interesting fact is that, here again, we find a trait common to both the UFOnauts and the good people. Crowds of elves have been seen chasing cows and horses. And in the same conversation with Walter Evans Wentz, recorded before 1909, the storyteller, Old Patsy, told the following story about a man who, if still alive, is now in America where he went several years ago. In the South Island, as night was coming on, a man was giving his cow water at a well, and, as he looked on the other side of a wall, he saw many strange people playing hurley. When they noticed him looking at them, one came up and struck the cow a hard blow, and turning on the man cut his face and body very badly. The man might not have been so badly off, but he returned to the well after first encounter and got 4 times as bad a beating. On November 6, 1957, 12-year-old Everett Clark, of Dante, Tennessee, opened the door to let his dog Frisky out. As he did so, he saw a peculiar object in a field 100 yards or so from the house. He thought he was dreaming and went back inside. When he called the dog 20 minutes later, he found the object was still there, and Frisky was standing near it, along with several dogs from the neighborhood. Also near the object were 2 men and 2 women in ordinary clothing. One of the men made several attempts to catch Frisky, and later another dog, but had to give up for fear of being bitten. Everett saw the strange people, who talked between them like German soldiers he had seen in movies, walk right into the wall of the object, which then took off straight up without sound. It was oblong and of no particular color. In another of the tantalizing coincidences with which UFO researchers are now becoming familiar, on the same day another attempt to steal a dog was made, this time in Everettstown, New Jersey. The name of the town in the second case is almost identical to that of the witness in the first. While the Clark case had taken place at 6:30 a.m., it was at dusk that John Trasco went outside to feed his dog and saw a brilliant egg-shaped object hovering in front of his barn. In his path he met a being 3 feet tall, with putty-colored face and large frog-like eyes, who said in broken English, "We are peaceful people, we only want your dog." The strange being was told in no uncertain terms to go back where he belonged. He ran away, and his machine was seen to take off straight up some moments later. Mrs. Trasco is said to have observed the object itself from the house, but not the entity. She is also quoted as saying that when her husband tried to grab the creature, he got some green powder on his wrist, but that it washed off. The next day he noticed the same powder under his fingernails. The UFOnaut has been dressed in a green suit with shiny buttons, a green tam o' shanter-like cap, and gloves with a shiny object at the tip of each. Whether the creatures come down in flying saucers or musical baskets, whether they come out of the sea or the rock, is irrelevant. What is relevant is what they say and do, the trace each leaves in the human witness who is the only tangible vehicle of the story. This behavior presents us with a sample of situations and human reactions that trigger our interest, our concern, our laughter. Joe Simonton's pancake story is cute. The tales of fairy food are intriguing but difficult to trace. The rings and the nests are real, but the feeling they inspire is more romantic than scientific. Then there is the strange being's desire to get hold of terrestrial flora and fauna. The stories quoted in this connection verge on the ludicrous, but to pursue the investigation further leads to horror. This is a facet of the phenomenon we can no longer ignore. Perhaps I have succeeded in evoking a new awareness of a parallel between the rumors of today and the beliefs held by our ancestors, beliefs of stupendous fights with mysterious supermen, of rings where magic lingered, of dwarfish races haunting the land. In this chapter, I have limited the argument to the mere juxtaposition of modern and older belief. The faint suspicion of a giant mystery, much larger than our current preoccupation with life on other planets, much deeper than mere reports of zigzagging lights. Perhaps we should try to understand what these tales, these myths, these legends are doing to us. What images are they designed to convey? What hidden needs are they fulfilling? If this is a fabrication, why should it be so absurd? Are there precedents in history? Could imagination be a stronger force, to shape the actions of men, than its expression in dogma, in political structures, in established churches, in armies? If so, could this force be used? Is it being used? Is there a science of deception at work here on a grand scale, or could the human mind generate its own phantoms, in a formidable collective creation mythology? Man's imagination, like every known power, works by fixed laws. These words by Hartland, written in 1891, offer a clue. Yes, there is a deep undercurrent to be discovered and mapped behind these seemingly absurd stories. Emerging sections of the underlying pattern have been discovered and mapped in ages past by long-dead scholars. Today we have the unique opportunity to witness the reappearance of this current out in the open, colored naturally, with our new human biases, our preoccupation with science, our longing for the promised land of other planets. A new mythology was needed to bridge the stupendous gap beyond the meaningless present. They are providing it. But who are they? Real beings or the ghosts of our own dreams? They spoke to us in smooth English. They did not speak to our scientists. They did not send sophisticated signals in uniquely decipherable codes as any well-behaved alien should before daring to penetrate our solar system. No, they picked Gary Wilcox instead. And Joe Simonton. And Maurice Mass. What did they say? That they were from Mars. That they were our neighbors. And above all, that they were superior to us, that we must obey them. That they were good. Go to Valensole and ask Mass. He will tell you, perhaps as he told me, how puzzled he was when suddenly, without warning, he felt inside himself a warm, comforting feeling, how good they were, our good neighbors. The good people. They took a great interest in the affairs of men, and they always stood for justice and right. They could appear in different forms. With them Joe Simonton exchanged food. So, in times gone by, did Irishmen who talked to similar beings. In those days, too, they were called the good people and, in Scotland, the good neighbors, the Slieve Maith. What did they say, then? We are far superior to you. We could cut off half the human race. It does begin to make sense. These were the facts we have missed, without which we could never piece the UFO jigsaw together. Priests and scholars left books about the legends of their time concerning these beings. These books had to be found, collected, and studied. Together, these stories presented a coherent picture of the appearance, the organization, and the methods of our strange visitors. The appearance was, does this surprise you? Exactly that of today's UFO pilot. The methods were the same. There was the sudden vision of brilliant houses at night, houses that could fly, that contained peculiar lamps, radiant lights that needed no fuel. The creatures could paralyze their witnesses and translate them through time. They hunted animals and took away people. In The Magic Casement, a book edited by Alfred Noyes about 1910, I find this little poem by William Allingham, which I invite all ufologists to learn as a tribute to Joe Simonton. Up the airy mountain, down the rushy glen, we daren't go a-hunting for fear of little men. We folk, good folk, trooping all together, green jacket, red cap, and white owl's feather. Down along the rocky shore some make their home, they live on crispy pancakes of yellow tide foam. Some in the reeds of the black mountain lake, with frogs for their watchdogs, all night awake. 3. The Secret Commonwealth. We are progressing, step by step, in a forest of reports and facts obscured by speculations and theories. I am trying to clear the underbrush. In the previous 2 chapters, order has begun to emerge. It is reassuring to find the phenomenon follows certain laws, however bizarre, and that it has puzzled our ancestors as much as it challenges us. It would be a grave mistake to believe that we, in the late 20th century, are the first people smart enough to recognize that the phenomenon is worthy of investigation and obeys certain fixed patterns. I have devoted considerable time to collecting, studying, and reconstructing the detailed accounts that were obvious to serious researchers of the previous centuries and to retracing their steps. That they were scholars in theology and natural philosophy, rather than people trained in science, does not bother me. They applied the same principles. They started from stories that were reported to them. They visited the witnesses to form a personal opinion about the report, and when they were safely home in the peace of their monastery or study, they compared the observation to those they had already gathered. They have pulled ancient books from dusty shelves just as I have. They opened Celis alongside Paracelsus, and we're to seek the guidance of those who preceded them. It would have been as easy for them to jump to premature conclusions as it is for us to declare that UFOs are extraterrestrial visitors. They could have claimed the creatures came from the moon or were the denizens of hell. Remarkably, they kept an open mind, and they transmitted to us a surprisingly clear and fresh statement of the things seen in the sky and on the land for centuries, accounts that read like the modern reports of UFOs and alien abductions. One of these researchers, Reverend Kirk, who lived in Scotland in the late 17th century, has even left us a list of 16 precise conclusions about the form of intelligence that controls the phenomenon and the organization of the entities themselves. He calls that organization the Secret Commonwealth. The Ghost and the Teletype. The teletype message arrived in Dayton, Ohio on September 9, 1966, through military channels. The full text, about 4 pages long, was quite unintelligible without knowledge of the Air Force procedure for the transmission of UFO reports. This particular message had originated at Kelly Air Force Base, Texas, and was addressed to the Air Force Systems Command Headquarters, U.S. Air Force, and the Secretary. It bore the headline Unclassified Routine, and the title UFO Report is submitted in accordance with AFR 200-2. Kelly Air Force Base was sending something very close to a ghost story. The report made reference to 2 separate incidents, occurring, respectively, on August 6 and September 3, 1966, in a small Texas town. The author of the report is a father of 4 children. We shall call him Robert. His house is located in a fairly isolated spot, and he has never discussed the incidents with his neighbors. On August 6, the 3 youngest children, ages 6 to 9, noticed a dark object shaped like an upside-down cup. Although it was afternoon, the children had not seen the object arrive. These details, naturally, were not given spontaneously by the children. The story was reconstituted during the investigation. It was dark, without color and without lights. Then a square yellow light appeared, like a door opening, and a small creature was seen in the square of light. The entity, 3 to 4 feet tall, was dressed in black clothing that reflected a yellow or gold color. The observation lasted several minutes, then the door closed. A low humming sound became audible, and the object took off toward the northeast, rising sharply but at an unexceptional speed. At no time did the object touch the ground. It hovered at a height of about 15 feet, near a tree, which was found undamaged, about 35 feet from the house. The second sighting took place on September 3. Most of the family had gone away, but the oldest daughter had remained in the house with a friend. They were watching television in the afternoon when the set snowed, then went out. The house was lit up with eerie red and yellow light which appeared to be circling or twirling. They looked outside and saw an object hovering in the same position, by the same tree, as in the first sighting. Its shape, again, was that of an upside-down cup, with a flat disc beneath, like a saucer. It was covered with light and departed shortly afterward. No sign of life was apparent inside or outside the craft. 2 days later, Robert was propped up in bed. Through his door and across the hall, he could see a dark doorway leading to his son's bedroom. All of a sudden he saw a small person, 3.5 to 4 feet tall, dressed in white, tight-fitting clothes, enter the dark bedroom. He assumed it was his small daughter going in to talk to her mother, who was in the room with his sons. About 10 minutes later he saw something like a bar of light, which appeared to crumble. He got up and went to the room, where he found his wife and the boys, who had also seen the bar of light. He did not see the person in white leave, and his wife stated that their daughter had not been in the room at any time. There was no physical evidence to substantiate the presence of the small person in the house. The rocks were full of them. On the island of Aramore, a man named Old Patsy, whom we met in Chapter 2, told Walter Evanswentz a true story about the fairies. 20 years or so ago, around the bed of Dermot and Grania, just above us on the hill, there were seen many fairies, crowds of them, and a single deer. They began to chase the deer, and followed it right across the island. At another time similar little people chased a horse. The rocks were full of them, and they were small fellows. Another person told Evanswentz, "My mother used to tell about seeing the fair folk dancing in the fields near Cardigan, and other people have seen them around the cromlech up there on the hill. They appeared as little children in clothes like soldiers' clothes and with red caps, according to some accounts." Now, since we are getting to the central idea of this book, I will quote 2 more stories, both of them landing reports from the richest period in UFO history in terms of number of landings reported, autumn 1954. Both stories come from France. The first case took place on October 9. 4 children living in Pornoy-la-Chative, Moselle, reported that at about 6:30 p.m., as they were roller skating, they suddenly saw something luminous near the cemetery. It was a round machine, about 2.5 meters in diameter, which was standing on 3 legs. Soon a man came out. He was holding a lighted flashlight in his hand, and it blinded us. But we could see that he had large eyes, a face covered with hair, and that he was very small, about 4 feet tall. He was dressed in a sort of black sack like the cassock le cure wears. He looked at us and said something we did not understand. He turned off the flashlight. We became afraid and ran away. When we looked back, we saw something in the sky. It was very high, very bright, and flew fast. The second case is a classic. It happened on Sunday, September 26th, in Chabury Drome. At about 2:30 p.m., Mrs. LeBoeuf was gathering blackberries along a hedge when the dog began to bark and then started howling miserably. She looked around and saw the little animal standing at the edge of a wheat field, in front of something that she thought at first was a scarecrow, but going closer, she saw that the scarecrow was some kind of small diving suit, made of translucent plastic material, 3 feet tall or a little taller, with a head that was also translucent, and suddenly she realized that inside the diving suit was a thing, and that behind the blurred transparency of the helmet 2 eyes were looking at her. At least she had the impression of eyes, but they seemed larger than human eyes. As she realized this, the diving suit began to move toward her, with a kind of quick, waddling gait. At this point, Mrs. LeBoeuf fled in terror and hid in a nearby thicket. When she tried to locate the entity, there was nothing to be seen, but all the dogs in the village were furiously barking. All of a sudden, a large metallic, circular object rose from behind some trees and took off toward the northeast. People who had heard the witness's cries soon gathered around her. At the site where the disk had been seen to rise, a circle was found, about 10 feet in diameter, where shrubs and bushes had been crushed. From one of the acacia trees at the edge of this circular imprint hung down a branch more than 3 inches thick, broken by pressure from above. The branch of another acacia, which hung over the circular mark 8.5 feet above the ground, was entirely stripped of its leaves. The first few yards of wheat, in the path of the object as it took off through the field, were flattened out in radiating lines. I hardly need underline the similarity between the depression left by this object and the various kinds of rings or nests already mentioned. Let us now return to the Fians, the dwarfish race that accompanies the Corrigans, the fairies of Brittany. They are seen only at twilight or at night. Some carry a torch like a Welsh death candle. They have swords no bigger than pins. According to French author Villemarque, a careful distinction should be drawn between Corrigans and dwarfs. The latter are a hideous race of beings with dark or even black hairy bodies, with voices like old men and little sparkling black eyes. A man who wrote to me after reading one of my books pointed out that although he was unconvinced about the existence of the unidentified flying objects, he had discovered something he thought might be of interest to me. And he continued thus: I have spent several years doing research on the Cherokee Indian, which is a branch of the Iroquois tribe. When the Cherokees migrated into the hills of Tennessee, they came upon a strange race of moon-eyed people who could not see in the daylight. The Cherokees, being unable to understand these wretches, expelled them. Barton in 1797 states, these people were a strange white race, far advanced, living in houses. Haywood, 26 years later, states the invading Cherokees found white people near the head of Little Tennessee with forts extending down as far as the Chickamauga Creek. He gives the location of 3 of these forts. Confirmation of my correspondence report is found in Robert Silverberg's excellent book Mound Builders of Ancient America, The Archaeology of a Myth. It would be nice to hold on to the common belief that the UFOs are craft from a superior space civilization, because this is a hypothesis science fiction has made widely acceptable, and because we are not altogether unprepared, scientifically and even, perhaps militarily, to deal with such visitors. Unfortunately, however, the theory that flying saucers are material objects from outer space manned by a race originating on some other planet is not a good answer. However strong the current belief in UFOs from space, it cannot be stronger than the Celtic faith in the elves and the fairies, or the medieval belief in lutins, or the fear throughout the Christian lands, in the first centuries of our era, of demons and satyrs and fauns. Certainly, it cannot be stronger than the faith that inspired the early contributions to the Bible, a faith that seems rooted in personal experiences regarded as angelic visitation. Those who assume that modern UFO sightings must be the result of alien experiments of a scientific or even super-scientific nature, conducted by a race of space travelers, may be the victims of their ignorance of the old folklore. The academic pedants, through a common bias that psychologists could perhaps explain if they were not its first victims, have covered the fairy faith with the same ridicule as other pedants now cover the UFO phenomenon. Such tales set in motion powerful mental mechanisms, making acceptance of the facts very difficult. The facts in question ignore frontiers, creeds, and races, defy rational statement, and turn around the most logical expectations as if they were mere toys. It is difficult to come to grips with the UFO phenomenon. Although it clearly evolves through phases, its effects are diffuse. We have to rely on legends, hearsay, and extrapolations. Evans Wentz, as we have seen, found several people in Celtic countries who had seen the gentry or had known people who were taken by fairies. In Brittany, he had much greater difficulty. The general belief in the interior of Brittany is that the fees once existed, but that they disappeared as their country was changed by modern conditions. In the region of the Mean and of Urza, Ille-T-Vilaine, it is said that for more than a century there have been no fees, and on the sea coast, where it is firmly believed that the fees used to inhabit certain grottos in the cliffs, the opinion is that they disappeared at the beginning of the last century. The oldest Bretons say that their parents or grandparents often spoke about having seen fees, but very rarely do they say that they themselves have seen fees. Paul Sebelot found only 2 who had. One was an old needlewoman of St. Cast, who had such fear of fees that if she was on her way to do some sewing in the country, and it was night, she always took a long circuitous route to avoid passing near a field known as the Couvent de Fees. The other was Marie Chahu, a woman 88 years old. The central question in the analysis of the UFO phenomenon has always been that of the controlling intelligence behind the object's apparently purposeful behavior. For the time being, let me simply state again that the modern, global belief in flying saucers and their occupants is identical to an earlier belief in the good people. The entities described as the pilots of the craft are indistinguishable from the elves, sylphs, and lutins of the Middle Ages. Through the observations of unidentified flying objects, we are concerned with an agency our ancestors knew well and regarded with awe, we are prying into the affairs of the secret commonwealth. Can we establish with certainty that the two beliefs are indeed identical? I believe we can. I have already given several examples of the means of transportation used by the sylphs. The ability of the gentry to cross the continents cannot have escaped the reader's attention. But I have not yet drawn from popular folklore the stories that support most directly the idea that strange flying objects have been seen throughout history in connection with the little people. Let us clear up this point now. Aerial races, farfadets and sleef maith. As late as 1850, one race of Lutins survived in France, in the region of Poitou, which has been in recent years a favorite landing area for flying saucers. The Lutins of Poitou were known as farfadets, and the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris contains several delightful accounts of their mischievous deeds. What were the main characteristics of the fadets or farfadets? They were little men, very black and hairy. All day long they lived in caves, and at night they liked to get close to the farms. The literature reports that their favorite pastime was to play tricks on terrified witnesses. Their dwellings were located with some precision. C. Pouchard, for instance, has reported in a lecture that farfadets lived for a long time at La Boulardière near Tarbes, du Sèvres, in underground tunnels. At La Boissière, the inhabitants described the fadets as hairy dwarfs who played all sorts of pranks. One night in the 1850s, near the shore of the Aigre River, a group of women talked outside until about midnight. As they were returning to the village, they had just crossed a bridge, they heard a terrible noise and saw something that froze their blood. Some object, which, for lack of a better term, they called a chariot with whining wheels, was speeding up the hill with a marvelous velocity. It was pulled by the farfadets. The terrified women hung together as they saw the apparition. One of them, although half dead with fear, made the sign of the cross. The strange chariot leaped up over the vineyard and was lost in the night. The women hurried home and told the story to their husbands, who decided to investigate. They bravely went to the spot as soon as the sun was up. Of course, there was nothing left to be seen. We have already been told of the traveling habits of the good people. What has not yet been mentioned is the belief, especially in Ireland, that human conditions are related to the travels of the good people. Evanswentz says that, according to John Glynn, town clerk of Tuam, during 1846–47 the potato crop in Ireland was a failure and very much suffering resulted. At the time, the country people in these parts attributed the famine to disturbed conditions in the fairy world. Old Teddy Stead once told me about the conditions then prevailing. Sure, we couldn't be any other way, and I saw the good people and hundreds besides me saw them fighting in the sky over Knockmaff and on towards Galway. And I heard others say they saw the fighting too. According to another popular Irish belief, the elves have two great feasts each year. The first one takes place at the beginning of spring, when the hero O'Donoghue, who used to reign over the earth, rises through the sky on a white horse, surrounded by the brilliant company of the elves. Lucky is he, indeed, the Irishman who sees him rise from the depths of the lake of Killarney. In another part of Europe, in January 1537, the people of Franconia, between Papenburp and the forest of Thuringia, saw a star of marvelous size. It came lower and lower and appeared as a large white circle from which whirlwinds and patches of fire came forth. Falling to earth, the pieces of fire melted spearheads and ironwork, without causing harm to human beings or their houses. The favorite abode of the gentry, however, was not always an aerial one. In many tales related by the students of folklore, as in the modern literature of UFOs, the strange beings often come from the sea. Thus Evanswentz learned, there is an invisible island, between Innismurray and the coast opposite Grange, on which part of the gentry is supposed to reside. When it is visible, it is only visible for a short time. In the legends of Europe, it is between the 8th and the 10th centuries that celestial prodigies were most often visible. But the books on magic and demonology associate supernatural beings with celestial signs. A strange category of devils called Friday demons is thus described in the magical works of Henri Cornet Agrippa. These devils are of medium height, rather handsome. Their arrival is preceded by a brilliant star. According to the Western Kabbalists, the sylphs flew through the air with the speed of lightning, riding a peculiar cloud. It is noteworthy, too, that in France some fairies are supposed to bear a luminous stone, an object that is often part of the equipment of flying saucer occupants. Many a little man has a light on either his belt, chest, or helmet. In a French tradition that survives in modern novels, the fortunate mortal who can steal the fairy's luminous stone is sure of lifelong happiness. On June 17, 1790, near Alençon, France, there was an apparition so strange and so disturbing that Police Inspector Leabouf, who witnessed the events in the presence of a doctor, the mayors of 2 nearby towns, and 3 other officials, was instructed to make a thorough investigation. His report reads, in part, "At 5 a.m. on June 12, several farmers caught sight of an enormous globe which seemed surrounded with flames. First they thought it was perhaps a balloon that had caught fire, but the great velocity and the whistling sound which came from that body intrigued them. The globe slowed down, made some oscillations and precipitated itself towards the top of a hill, unearthing plants along the slope. The heat which emanated from it was so intense that soon the grass and the small trees started burning. The peasants succeeded in controlling the fire which threatened to spread to the whole area. This sphere, which would have been large enough to contain a carriage, had not suffered from the flight. It excited so much curiosity that people came from all parts to see it. Then all of a sudden a kind of door opened and, there is the interesting thing, a person like us came out of it, but this person was dressed in a strange way, wearing a tight-fitting suit and, seeing that crowd, said some words which were not understood and fled into the wood. Instinctively the peasants stepped back, in fear, and this saved them because soon after that the sphere exploded in silence, throwing pieces everywhere, and these pieces burned until they were reduced to powder. Researchers were initiated to find the mysterious man, but he seemed to have dissolved. Let us follow the strange beings across the world now, to Mexico, where an American anthropologist, Brian Strauss, reports that the Celtic Indians have strange legends of their own. One night, Strauss and his Indian assistant discussed these legends of the Icals, the little black beings, after seeing a strange light wandering about in the Mexican sky. The Icals are 3 foot tall, hairy, black humanoids whom the natives encounter frequently, as Strauss learned. About 20 years ago, or less, there were many sightings of this creature or creatures, and several people apparently tried to fight it with machetes. One man also saw a small sphere following him from about 5 feet. After many attempts he finally hit it with his machete, and it disintegrated, leaving only an ash-like substance. The beings were also observed in ancient times. They fly, they attack people, and, in the modern reports, they carry a kind of rocket on their backs and kidnap Indians. Occasionally, Strauss was told, people have been paralyzed when they came upon the Icals, who are said to live in caves, which the natives are careful not to enter. Gordon Creighton, editor of the Flying Saucer Review, a linguistic expert, and a former diplomat with the British Foreign Service, had occasion to study Indian folklore during several stays in Latin America. Commenting on Strauss's report, Creighton pointed out that words such as ID and Ical were found in all the dialects of the May-Sok linguistic group, that Celtic words ik and ikal, the adjective form, simply mean black being or black. In the Maya language, we find that ik means air or wind, and Ical means a spirit, while ek means black. The Quechua Maya, in the Alta Verapaz region of Guatemala, talk of a kek. The kek, meaning black in the Quechua dialect of Maya, is said to be a centaur-like being that guards his patron's house at night and frightens people at dusk. Black, ugly, hairy, he is half-human, with human hands but the hooves of a horse. The Mexican legends show, quite conclusively, that many, perhaps every, region of the world has its own traditions about such creatures and associates them very definitely with the idea of supernatural origin. In the Celtic cosmology, the Earth is flat and supported on 4 columns. At the base of these columns lives a race of black dwarfs, and Creighton points out that their blackness is due, so runs the Indian theory, to being scorched by the sun when it passes close to them every night as it travels through the underworld. According to the Paiute Indians, California was once populated by a superior civilization, the Have-Mesavs. Among other interesting devices, they used flying canoes, which were silvery and had wings. They flew in the manner of eagles and made a whirring noise. They were also using a very strange weapon, a small tube that could be held in one hand and would stun their enemies, producing lasting paralysis and a feeling similar to a shower of cactus needles. How could primitive tribes better describe the same phenomenon reported in our own time by people like Maurice Masse? It is interesting to gather such tales in America. In Europe, the archives of the Roman Catholic Church are full of such incidents, and it cannot be doubted that many accusations of witchcraft stemmed from the belief in strange beings who could fly through the air and approached humans at dusk or at night. Occasionally, these demons were seen in full daylight by many people. And in this context, I am not referring to the vague confessions obtained under torture from the poor men and women who fell into the clutches of the Inquisition, although this material would be quite worthy of a parallel study. I am quoting official records of the time, gathered from and witnessed by clerics and policemen, of which the following is typical. In the early 17th century, the cathedral at Caper-Corentin, France, had on its roof a pyramid covered with lead. On February 1, 1620, between 7 o'clock and 8 p.m., thunder fell on that pyramid, and it caught fire, exploded, and fell down with a stupendous noise. People rushed to the cathedral from all parts of the town and saw, in the midst of the lightning and smoke, a demon of a green color with a long green tail, doing his best to keep the fire going. This account, which was published in Paris, is supplemented by a more complete version printed in Rennes. This latter version adds that the demon was seen clearly by all, inside the fire, sometimes green, sometimes blue and yellow. What were the authorities to do? They threw into the roaring fire a quantity of blessed objects, close to 150 buckets of water, and 40 of 50 carloads of manure to no avail. The demon was still there, and the fire kept burning. Something drastic had to be done. A consecrated host was placed inside a loaf of bread and thrown into the flames, and then blessed water was mixed with milk given by a nurse of above-reproach conduct and spread over the demon and the burning pyramid. This the visitor could not stand. He whistled in a most horrible fashion and flew away. I can only recommend the recipe to the U.S. Air Force, if they can find a nurse with the right qualifications. 800 years earlier, that is, about 830, in the days of Emperor Lodhair, creatures similar to the elementals were often seen in the northern parts of the Netherlands. According to Corneel van Kempen, they were called white ladies. He compares them to nymphs of antiquity. They lived in caves, and they would attack people who traveled at night. The shepherds would also be harassed, and the women who had newly born babies had to be very careful, for they were quick in stealing the children away. In their lair, one could hear all sorts of strange noises, indistinct words that no one could understand, and musical sound. The 16 Conclusions of Reverend Kirk. In the last half of the 17th century, a Scottish scholar gathered all the accounts he could find about the Slieve Maith and, in 1691, wrote an amazing manuscript entitled The Secret Commonwealth of Elves, Fauns and Fairies. It was the first systematic attempt to describe the methods and organization of the strange creatures that plagued the farmers of Scotland. The author, Reverend Kirk, of Aberfoyle, studied theology at St. Andrews and took his degree of professor at Edinburgh. Later he served as minister for the parishes of Balquhidder and Aberfoyle and died in 1692. Kirk invented the name, the Secret Commonwealth, to describe the organization of the elves. It is impossible to quote the entire text of his treatise, but we can summarize his findings about elves and other aerial creatures in the following way. 1. They have a nature that is intermediate between man and the angels. 2. Physically, they have very light and fluid bodies, which are comparable to a condensed cloud. They are particularly visible at dusk. They can appear and vanish at will. 3. Intellectually, they are intelligent and curious. 4. They have the power to carry away anything they like. 5. They live inside the earth in caves, which they can reach through any crevice or opening where air passes. 6. When men did not inhabit most of the world, the creatures used to live there and had their own agriculture. Their civilization has left traces on the high mountains. It was flourishing at a time when the whole countryside was nothing but woods and forests. 7. At the beginning of each 3-month period, they change quarters because they are unable to stay in one place. Besides, they like to travel. It is then that men have terrible encounters with them, even on the great highways. 8. Their chameleon-like bodies allow them to swim through the air with all their household. 9. They are divided into tribes. Like us, they have children, nurses, marriages, burials, etc., unless they just do this to mock our own customs or to predict terrestrial events. 10. Their houses are said to be wonderfully large and beautiful, but under most circumstances they are invisible to human eyes. Kirk compares them to enchanted islands. The houses are equipped with lamps that burn forever and fires that need no fuel. 11. They speak very little. When they do talk among themselves, their language is a kind of whistling sound. 12. Their habits and their language when they talk to humans are similar to those of local people. 13. Their philosophical system is based on the following ideas. Nothing dies, all things evolve cyclically in such a way that at every cycle they are renewed and improved. Motion is the universal law. 14. They are said to have a hierarchy of leaders, but they have no visible devotion to God, no religion. 15. They have many pleasant and light books, but also serious and complex books dealing with abstract matters. 16. They can be made to appear at will before us through magic. The similarities between these observations and the story related by Facius Cardan, which antedates Kirk's manuscript by exactly 200 years, are clear. Both Cardan and Paracelsus write, like Kirk, that a pact can be made with these creatures and that they can be made to appear and answer questions at will. Paracelsus did not care to reveal what that pact was, because of the ills that might befall those who would try it. Kirk is equally discreet on this point. And, of course, to go deeper into this matter would open the whole field of witchcraft and ceremonial magic, which is beyond my purpose in the present book. Kirk's conclusion is that every age has left a secret to be discovered. Sooner than we think, he says, the relations with the aerial beings will be as natural to us as, say, the printing press or navigation, all things that caused considerable surprise when they were first introduced. We can only follow him in this and give a humble salute to a man who managed to gather such a complete description of our strange visitors. It is remarkable that one cannot find a single writer who claims he knows the physical nature of the creatures. They give us their personal opinions or report on the various theories held during their time, but they do not assure us they have a final answer. To Kirk, the good people have bodies so pliable through the subtlety of the spirits that agitate them, that they can make them appear or disappear at pleasure. Some have bodies or vehicles so spongious, thin, and defecate, that they are fed by only sucking into some fine spirituous liquors, that pierce like pure air and oil. According to medieval occultists, all invisible beings can be divided into 4 classes: the angels, the gods of the ancients, the devils or demons, the fallen angels, the souls of the dead, and the elemental spirits which correspond to Kirk's secret commonwealth. In the 4th group are the gnomes, who inhabit the earth and correspond to mine-haunting fairies, goblins, pixies, korrigans, leprechauns, and the domovoi of Russian legends, and the sylphs, who inhabit the air. These subdivisions are obviously arbitrary, and Paracelsus himself would admit it is extremely difficult to provide definitions for these various classes. The bodies of the elementals are of an elastic semi-material essence. ethereal enough so as not to be detected by the physical sight, and they may change their forms according to certain laws. From John McNeill of Barra, Evans Wentz learned. The old people said they didn't know if fairies were flesh and blood or spirit. They saw them as men of more diminutive stature than our own race. I heard my father say that fairies used to come and speak to natural people and then vanish while one was looking at them. Fairy women used to go into houses and talk and then vanish. The general belief was that the fairies were spirits who could make themselves seen or not seen at will. And when they took people, they took body and soul together. Another man interviewed by Evans Wentz insisted that the fairies of the air are different from those in the rocks. Similarly, in Brittany, popular tradition divides the fairies into two groups: pygmy-sized entities endowed with magic powers and the science of prophecy, and white, aerial fairies. Beings in the first category are black, hairy. Their hands terminate in talons. They have old faces and hollow eyes, small and bright like burning coals. Their voices are low as if broken by age. With the remark about prophecy, we are back to the relationship between the actions of the secret commonwealth and human affairs. Evans Wentz, quoting ancient poetry, says that during the last fight of the great hero of Ulster, Cuchulainn, who was a favorite of the Sidhe or fairies, one of these beings named Morrigu flew over Cuchulainn's head as he fought in his war chariot. Similarly, the fairies took part in the Battle of Clontarf, April 23, 1014, providing what would be called, in modern military language, air cover for the Irish side. Before the battle, a fairy woman came to Dunlang O'Hartigan and begged him not to fight. She knew the issue could only be death, and here we find the prophetic powers of fairies again. He assured her that he was ready to die for Ireland. As translated by W. H. Hennessy in Review Celt, the two armies met near Dublin. It will be one of the wonders of the Day of Judgment to relate the description of this tremendous onset. There arose a wild, impetuous, mad, inexorable, furious, dark, lacerating, merciless, combative, contentious bad which was shrieking and fluttering over their heads. And there arose also the satyrs and sprites, and destroying demons of the air and firmament, and the demoniac phantom host. Can we study modern UFO reports without reopening the entire problem of apparitions? To most UFO writers, the answer is yes. Unidentified flying objects, they argue, leave physical traces and behave like space probes. It is obvious to them that UFOs are scientific devices having nothing to do with the mystico-religious context of medieval apparitions, and nothing to do with the creatures studied by Kirk, since, as we have just seen, these latter could appear and vanish at will. This view is no longer tenable. Reports of many recent observations do describe objects that appear and vanish. It is just that such reports are not publicized. Students of UFOs are still reluctant to publish them, and the witnesses themselves are not eager to come forward with stories they know are unbelievable. During a discussion I had with Am Michel on this subject, Michel pointed out the negative reactions of scientists to his analysis of the French sightings. They argued that such fantastic stories could only come from deranged minds. What would these scientists have said, he remarked, if I had published all the data? Among the cases that deserve close examination, but which were swept under the rug by UFO believers themselves, is the sighting at Nuatra, France, on September 30, 1954. About 4:30 p.m. Georges Gaddy, head of a team of 8 construction workers, found himself walking away from the others. He felt a peculiar drowsiness, and suddenly wondered where he was going. Then, without warning, he faced the strangest apparition. Less than 30 feet away, above him on the slope, was a man. His head was covered by an opaque glass helmet with a visor coming down to his chest. He wore gray coveralls and short boot. In his hand he held an elongated object. It could have been a pistol, or it could have been a metal rod. On his chest was a light projector. The strange man was standing in front of a large shining dome, which floated about 3 feet above the ground. Above the cupola of the machine were objects like rotating wings or blade. Then, suddenly, the strange man vanished, and I couldn't explain how he did, since he did not disappear from my field of vision by walking away, but vanished like an image one erases suddenly. Then I heard a strong whistling sound which drowned the noise of our excavators. The saucer rose by successive jerks in a vertical direction, and then it too was erased in a sort of blue haze, as if by miracle. Gary tried to run, but he found himself helplessly nailed to the spot. He was thus paralyzed during the whole observation. So were 7 co-workers in a unique case of collective physiological reaction. None of them had previously believed in the reality of the so-called saucers. As soon as he was able to move again, Gary rushed back to his men and cried, "Have you seen something?" Mr. Berrois told him, "Yes, a flying saucer." And the man who was the driver of the excavator, Mr. Lubanovic, added, "There was a man dressed like a diver in front of it." 4 others, Messrs. Sechet, Villeneuve, Rougier, and Amarot, a truck driver, confirmed the details of the sighting. It must be pointed out that the incident took place in a remote rural region. At the time the wave of French reports was just beginning. But Gary, who fought during the war with the resistance and was wounded in Luxembourg, stated that he was not used to flights of fancy. Following the incident, he suffered from insomnia, strong headaches, and loss of appetite for a week. Ironically, the 8 men are still not convinced that the flying saucers were alien. They feel sure they are a secret development by a terrestrial nation, probably France. In Jalapa, Mexico, early in September 1965, a hovering object was seen with luminous slits in its circumference and a black-clad being, with eyes gleaming like cat's eyes, holding a shining metal rod. The entity vanished suddenly while under observation in a Jalapa street by a local reporter, 2 taxi drivers, and a bullfighter. In the Carazinho, Brazil, case of July 26, 1965, 5 dwarfs dressed in dark uniforms and small boots were seen. We are told that one of them had in his right hand a brilliantly luminous object like a wand. There was a sudden flash of lightning about 1:45 p.m. on January 28, 1967, on Studham Common, near Whipsnade Park Zoo, an isolated spot in the Chiltern Hills in England. Rain was falling and the atmosphere was heavy, reports English researcher R. H. B. Winder, who investigated this case for the Flying Saucer Review. 7 boys were on their way to school in the vicinity of the Dell, a shallow valley and an ideal spot for playing hide-and-seek. Alex Butler, age 10, was looking south over the Dell when he saw clearly, in the open, a little blue man with a tall hat and a beard. Alex called his friend, and they ran toward the figure. They were about 20 yards away when it disappeared in a puff of smoke. The boys were very much surprised, naturally, but nothing in the attitude of the strange figure had inspired fear or suggested threat, so they kept looking for the little blue man, and saw him again on the opposite side of the bushes from where he was first standing. They went toward him. He vanished once more, reappearing at the bottom of the dell. This time, they heard voices in nearby bushes and became slightly afraid. The voices reminded them of foreign-sounding babble. Finally, they saw the man a 4th time before they were summoned to school by the whistle. Their teacher, Miss Newcomb, noticed how excited they were and, in spite of their warnings that she would never believe them, immediately separated them and made each of the 7 boys write down his experience in his own words. The essays were then gathered into a book called The Little Blue Man on Studham Common, which, notes Winder, makes fascinating reading and no doubt will occupy an honored place in the archives of the Studham Village Primary School. Investigation disclosed a number of local sightings, among them 2 landings in the vicinity of the spot within a few months of the January sighting. Naturally, the investigators were most interested in hearing the boys themselves give details on the appearance of the creature. Winder reports, they estimate the little man at 3 foot tall, by comparison with themselves, with an additional 2 feet accounted for by a hat or helmet best described as a tall brimless bowler, i.e. with a rounded top. The blue color turned out to be a dim grayish-blue glow tending to obscure outline and detail. They could, however, discern a line which was either a fringe of hair or the lower edge of the hat, 2 round eyes, a small seemingly flat triangle in place of a nose, and a one-piece vestment extending down to a broad black belt carrying a black box at the front about 6 inches square. The arms appeared short and were held straight down close to the side at all times. The legs and feet were indistinct. As for the puff of smoke, it apparently was a whirling cloud of yellowish-blue mist shot toward the pursuers. The magic casement. The Reverend Robert Kirk makes no bones about it. The elves did at one time occupy the land. Today it is still a common belief in the north of Scotland that the Sith or fairy people existed once, a belief that survives in their title Good Neighbors, although they could also be hostile to man. While the Sith had no inborn antagonism towards human beings, and were occasionally known to do good turns to their favorites, they were very quick to take offense, capricious in their behavior and delighted in playing tricks on their mortal neighbors. These cantrips had to be patiently endured, as resistance or hostility might lead to dreadful reprisals, the kidnapping of children or even adults. An attitude of passive friendliness on the human side was therefore assumed to be eminently desirable. Sir Walter Scott refers to this when Bailie Nicol Jarvie, in Rob Roy, tells his companion, as they pass a fairy hill near Aberfoyle, "They see them. Deo and Sith," which signifies, as I understand, men of peace, meaning thereby to make their good will. And we may e'en as well see them that too, Mr. Osbaldistone, for there's nae good in speaking ill o' the laird within his ain bounds. A Gaelic scholar, Campbell, minister of Tiree, published a story called Naam Wisgian, the Dwarfs of Pygmies, in which he remarks, "The existence of pygmies in some unknown region bordering upon, if not forming part of, the kingdom of coldness, is of interest as indicating some of the connection between smallness of person and cold climate, and so leading to the speculations as to the first dispersion of the human race and connection of tribes that are now far removed from each other in appearance, dress, mode of life, and dialect. Although the connection between climate and size is not very tenable, Campbell's remarks do open the way to interesting speculations." He notes that the term Lapnak applies to a certain little, thick-set, insignificant man who figures in many tales, and he adds, "There are many traditional tales in the Highlands of much interest, in which little men of dwarfish, and even pygmy size, figure as good bowmen, slaying men of large size, and powerful make, by their dexterity in the use of the bow and arrow. In spite of their small size, they are understood to have been of very considerable strength. They were not undersized in the same way that children are, but full-grown individuals, undersized and sinewy, or muscular. These dwarfs or pygmies are called Naam Wisgian or, more correctly, Na Hm Wisgian. The English phonetics for the Gaelic amhisk would be a whisk. The same beings are sometimes found under the names Tamhaing and Amhuish, and these words uniformly designate dwarfs. It is ironic, therefore, that in one tale, The Lad with the Skin Garments, quoted by folklore researcher MacDougall, the Awisks address a human intruder as "O little man," while he in turn calls them "big men all." Were there or were there not races of dwarfs living among the West and Middle Europeans of antiquity? Were the legends about the fairies and the elves based on the fact that the ancient inhabitants of the northern parts of the British Isles were such a race? Historical and archaeological researchers definitely say no. Yet several writers, such as folklore scholar David MacRitchie, claim there are indications in this direction. In Tyson's essay concerning the pygmies of the ancients, published in London in 1894, Professor Windle, of Birmingham, remarks that a race of dwarfs supplied the best warriors and bodyguards of several kings. Tyson made an extensive study of the dwarf races and quotes the Greek historian Ctesias. Middle India has black men, who are called pygmies, using the same language as the other Indians. Of these pygmies, the king of the Indians has 3,000 in his train, for they are very skillful archers. And he adds, There seem to have been near Lake Zara, in Persia, Negrito, Pygmy Black, tribes who are probably aboriginal, and may have formed the historic Black Guard of the ancient kings of Sasania. Tyson's work, to which Windle provided the preface, was written in the 17th century. After calling attention to the remark by Ctesias, it goes on, Talentonius and Bartholine think that what Ctesias relates of the Pygmies, as their being very good archers, very well illustrates this text of Ezekiel. The Ezekiel text in question appears thus in the King James Bible, The men of Arvad with thine army were upon thy walls round about, and the Gammadims were in thy towers. And indeed, the English Bishop's Bible of 1572 and 1575 does not have Gammadims, but Pygmenians. Without going into further detail, it is clear that the Gaelic story of a guard of dwarf warriors is not an isolated case. If we return now to David Macritchie's quotation from the Flemish folklore journal Ons Volksleven, we can learn more. The Fenlanders, a race dwelling in our country prior to the Celts, were little, but strong, dexterous, and good swimmers. They lived by hunting and fishing. Adam of Bremen in the 11th century thus pictures their descendants or race. They had large heads, flat faces, flat noses, and large mouths. They lived in caves of rocks, which they quitted in the night time for the purpose of committing sanguinary outrages. The Celtic people, and later those of German race, so tall and strong, could hardly look upon such little folk as human beings. They must have regarded them as strange, mysterious creatures. And when these Negroes or Fenlanders had lived for a long enough time hidden, for fear of the new people, in their grottos, especially when they at length fell into decay through poverty, or died out, they became changed in the imagination of the dreamy Germans into mysterious beings, a kind of ghosts or gods. In a footnote, Macritchie states that he is not aware on what grounds this author speaks of them as black people, but he admits that these dwarfish Fenlanders might be regarded as the originals of the Awisks of the Gaelic legend. A tradition in the Orkney Isles offers a parallel to the above story. Sometime in the first part of the 15th century, Bishop Thomas Tulloch of Orkney gave details, Indo Orcadibus Insulis, of the tradition that the archipelago had been inhabited 6 centuries earlier by the Papai and a race of dwarfs. The Papai were the Irish priests, and the dwarfs were the Picts. In this, Macritchie follows Barry's Orkney, where we read, They are plainly no other than the Peiths, Picts, or Picts. The Scandinavian writers generally call the Picts Petty, or Pets. One of them uses the term Petia instead of Pictland, Saxogram. And besides, the firth that divides Orkney from Caithness is usually denominated Petland Fjord in the Icelandic sagas of histories. The consistency running through these ancient accounts, Macritchie says, is indeed remarkable. The Irish priests followed Street Columba, who himself was a great-grandson of Conall Gulban, who, tradition states, had fierce battles with a race of dwarfs. Conall Gulban's fights with the dwarfs indeed are the origin of a series of tales sometimes attributed to other legendary heroes. If we try to get as close as possible to the original story, this is what we get. According to J. F. Campbell of Islay, Conall Gulban was the son of the famous Neil, the ancestor of the Onals of Ulster. He was the great-grandfather of Saint Columba. His adventures begin in the northwest of Ireland, somewhere in the dawn of the 5th century. After various experiences, Gulban landed in the realm of Lachlan, generally believed to be Scandinavia, which itself had a rather vague meaning at the time. There Gulban was intrigued by a strange construction and asked his guide, "What pointed house is there?" "That is the house of the Tamhaing, the best warriors that are in the realm of Lachlan," the guide replied. "I heard my grandfather speaking about the Tamhaing," said Conall, "but I have never seen them. I will go to see them." "It were not my counsel to thee," were the guide's last words. This advice, naturally, Conall Gulban disregarded. He went straight to the palace of the king of Lachlan and challenged him to combat. He was told, as recorded by Campbell of Islay, he should get no fighting at that time of night, but he should get lodging in the house of the Amhusk, Awisks, where there were 1800 amhusk, and 18 score he went, and he went in, and there were none of the amhuish within that did not grin. When he saw that they had made a grin, he himself made too. What was the meaning of your grinning at us? Said the amhusk. What was the meaning of your grinning at me? Said Conall. Said they, our grinning at thee meant that thy fresh royal blood will be ours to quench our thirst, and thy fresh royal flesh to polish our teeth. And said Conall, the meaning of my grinning is, that I will look out for the one with the biggest knob and slenderest shanks, and knock out the brains of the rest with that one, and his brains with the knobs of the rest. Evidently, the little men of that particular time and place had not yet invented their paralyzing ray. The tale of Conall Gulban, recorded by Campbell of Islay in West Highland Tales, continues with many wonderful fights in other lands. In France, for example, Conall wins in the same absurd way over the House of the Tamhang, the best warriors that the King of France had. Mac Ritchie concluded, it is of course to be understood that the passage as it stands is as impossible as it is ludicrous. But this does not interfere with the assumption that the basis of the story may be an actual encounter between men of tall stature and a race of dwarfs, the excessive number of the latter, and the ease with which the hero swings them about, being merely the embroidering of tale-tellers in later times. As for the seeming impossibility that a tale could be transmitted for 15 centuries and yet be historical, Mac Ritchie adds, it ought to be remembered that the oral transmission of history and genealogy, with the most careful attention to language and details, was a perfect science among the Gaelic-speaking peoples. But, then, what became of the dwarfish race? According to Mac Ritchie in Scots Lore, 1895, the dwarfs were destroyed or went into hiding toward the 6th century, when Columba and his followers carried on a religious war against the Pict. At the same time, he says, the Irishmen were also using force against the same people in the north of Ireland. And since the new owners of the land felt for their ancient enemies a mixture of guilt and fear, numerous rumors were born concerning the ghosts of the Picts, still roaming through the land. And this in turn led to the elves and fairies. This theory, generally referred to as the pygmy theory, is no longer tenable in the face of the evidence historians have gathered about the Picts. The name Picti, according to Wainwright in The Problem of the Picts, 1955, appears first in 297 AD, and from that time on, it is applied to all the peoples who lived north of the Antonine Wall and were not Scots. We are really concerned with the predecessors of the Picts, who formed various groups called Proto-Picts. Could Mac Ritchie's pygmies have figured among the Proto-Picts? Should we believe that, among the Proto-Picts, there were dwarfs who were mistaken for a native people? And then, where did they come from? Mac Ritchie's theory offers only confusion, and it is amusing to observe his embarrassment when he must report that the Fenlanders were not only dwarfish, but black too. Could it be that there were Eicles in northern Europe at the dawn of recorded history? In his conclusion to his discussion of the pygmy theory, which he rejects as Hartland does, Evans Wentz remarks that it leaves all the problems of the historical origins of the fairy faith unsolved, since it is clearly global, not limited to the Celtic lands. Thus A. Lang, in his introduction to the 1922 edition of Kirk's book, states that, to my mind at least, the subterranean inhabitants of Mr. Kirk's book are not so much a traditional recollection of a real dwarfish race living underground, a hypothesis of Sir Walter Scott's, as a lingering memory of the Chthonian beings, the ancestors. Folklore in the making. No matter how interesting it may be to speculate on the origin of these ancient beliefs, the opportunity to observe folklore in the making is even more attractive. When modern rumors fall into the very same patterns that have puzzled generations of scientists, theologians, and literary scholars, the feeling one gets is a mixture of wonder and delight. When the phone rings in Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and a local intelligence office transmits the observation of a motorist who has just seen what he describes as a flying saucer with strange hairy dwarfs on the side of the road, we are witnessing the unique conjunction of the modern world, with its technology and ancient terrors with all the power of their sudden, fugitive, irrational nature. We are in a very privileged position. Neither Evans Wentz nor Hartland was able to interview people who had just observed the phenomena they studied. Most of their witnesses spoke of days gone by, of stories heard by the fireplace. In contrast, we feel that we can almost reach out into the night and grab those lurking entities. We are hot on their trail. The air is still vibrating with excitement, the smell of sulfur is still there when the story is recorded. Take, for instance, the story of the Air Force colonel who was driving at night on a lonely Illinois road when he noticed a strange object was flying above his car. It looked, he said, like a bird, but it was the size of a small airplane. It flapped its wings and flew away. This is the type of horror story adolescents sometimes tell when they come home late and a bit nervous. But an Air Force colonel? During November and December 1966, West Virginia was plagued by a similar bird, called the Mothman by imaginative reporters. One witness, 25-year-old Thomas Urey, who lives in Clarksburg, met the creature at 7:15 a.m. on November 25, 1966, in the vicinity of Point Pleasant. It was a large gray thing that rose from a nearby field. It came up like a helicopter and veered over my car, Urey told American researcher John Keel, a dedicated investigator who spent many days in the area analyzing the reports. Urey accelerated up to 75 miles per hour, but the bird was still there, casually circling the car. It appeared to be about 6 feet long, with a wingspread of 8 to 10 feet. According to other witnesses quoted by Keel, the figure had large, round, glowing red eyes. On January 11, 1967, Mrs. McDaniel saw the bird herself in broad daylight. She was outside her home when she observed what appeared to be a small plane flying down the road almost at treetop level. As it drew close, she realized it was a man-shaped object with wings. It swooped low over her head and circled a nearby restaurant before going out of sight. Mrs. McDaniel is known in the community as a rational and responsible person. Now consider this report. The intruder was tall, thin, and powerful. He had a prominent nose and bony fingers of immense power which resembled claws. He was incredibly agile. He wore a long, flowing cloak, of the sort affected by opera-goers, soldiers and strolling actors. On his head was a tall, metallic-seeming helmet. Beneath the cloak were close-fitting garments of some glittering material like oilskin or metal mesh. There was a lamp strapped to his chest. Oddest of all, the creature's ears were cropped or pointed like those of an animal. Was it a prankster in Batman dress? It seems entirely possible, especially when we take into account the fact that the bird was carrying something on its back and made incredible leaps, actually flying on one occasion. There is only one trouble with this explanation. The latter episode took place not in West Virginia in 1966, but in the dark lanes of a London suburb in November 1837. Like the Mothman of Point Pleasant, the mysterious flying man of London was ignored by authorities as long as possible. Finally, a resident of Peckham wrote a letter to the Lord Mayor, and the censorship could no longer be maintained. Nightly, horse patrols searched the countryside. Admiral Codrington set up a reward fund, still unclaimed, by the way. And J. Viner, in a remarkable article about the mystery, informs us that even the old Duke of Wellington himself set holsters at his saddle bow and rode out after dark in search of Spring-Heel Jack. On February 20, 1838, a woman of 18, Jane Alsop of Old Ford, London, heard a violent ringing of the front door bell. Going out, she faced the most hideous appearance of Spring-Heel Jack. He wore shining garments and a flashing lamp on his chest. His eyes resembled glowing balls of fire. When Miss Alsop uttered a cry, the intruder grabbed her arm in claw-like fingers, but her sister rushed to her rescue. The visitor spurted a fiery gas in Jane's face, and she dropped unconscious. Then Jack fled, dropping his cloak, which was picked up at once by another shadow who ran after him. 2 days earlier, though not revealed until after the Old Ford incident had made headlines, a Miss Scales, of Limehouse, was walking through Green Dragon Alley. The alley was a dim-lit passage beside a public house, and when she saw a tall figure lurking in the shadows, Miss Scales hesitated, waiting for her sister who had fallen behind. The sister, who described the loiterer as tall, thin and, save the mark, gentlemanly, came up in time to see his long cloak thrown aside, and a lantern flashing on the startled girl. There was no time to scream. Jack's weird blue flame spurted into his victim's face, and she dropped to the ground in a deep swoon. Whereupon, Jack walked away calmly. Viner suggests that Jack had a rendezvous in Green Dragon Alley and wanted to get rid of witnesses. A week after the Old Ford incident, he knocked on the door of Mr. Ashworth's house in Turner Street and inquired for him. The servant who opened the door screamed. Jack fled. He was never seen again, in the London neighborhood at least. Had a contact been made? It is strange indeed, as Viner remarks, that Springheel Jack should have paid 2 visits within 2 days to houses less than a mile apart, whose owners were named Alsop and Ashworth, respectively. 2 of the main witnesses, as in West Virginia, were young women. With them, in the 2 cases, were their sisters. There seems to be a pattern here. But, rather typically, it is once again an absurd one. In 1877, wearing tight garments and shining helmet, Jack was seen again at Aldershot, Hampshire, England. On that occasion he flew above 2 sentries, who fired at him. He answered with a burst of blue fire, which left them stunned, and vanished. Viner believes that Jack was again to blame for the scare in late August 1944, in Mattoon, Illinois. He was seen at night peering through windows, as in search for someone known to him by sight. Most of the witnesses were women. Some of them reported falling unconscious after a device was pointed at them by the visitor, who left a strange cloying smell. In the spring of 1960, Italian jeweler Salvatore Cianci was driving in Sicily, near Syracuse, when a small being in shining clothes wearing a diving helmet appeared in the beam of the headlights. It had no arms but 2 little wings. Mr. Cianci suffered a nervous shock. On Saturday, November 16, 1963, 4 teenagers were walking near Sadling Park, near Hythe, Kent, England. One of the 4, 17-year-old John Flaxton, describes how they were frightened by an object they first had taken to be a star. It was uncanny. The reddish-yellow light was coming out of the sky at an angle of 60 degrees. As it came towards the ground it seemed to hover more slowly. A bright golden light suddenly appeared in the field near them, after the first object had been hidden by some trees. It was about 80 yards away, floating about 10 feet above the ground. It seemed to move along with us, stopping when we stopped as if it was observing us. The light was oval, about 15 to 20 feet across with a bright, solid core. It disappeared behind trees, and a few seconds later a dark figure shambled out. It was all black, about the size of a human but without a head. It seemed to have wings like a bat on either side and came stumbling towards us. We didn't wait to investigate. Folklore in the making. From the Farfadets we have drifted to modern times with Springheel Jack and the Mothman. And we have seen our visitor's arsenal become more precise. Jack's lantern and ray gun have survived in modern tales, in 20th-century comic books, in television series. But the real question is, could all this be real? And, if not, how can we explain the consistency of these descriptions, at a time when there were no comics and no television? The Italian artist R. L. Johannes had a remarkable experience in 1947, at a time when the name Flying Saucer was already popular in the United States but when documentation about landings was non-existent. The date was August 14. He was hiking alone, following a small stream in the mountainous region between Italy and Yugoslavia. Among some rocks, he suddenly saw a large, brilliant red, lens-shaped object, about 10 yards in diameter. Close to it, he discovered 2 people, whom he first regarded as kids, until he realized they were dwarfs, of a type he had never seen before. The 2 beings were under 3 feet tall. Their heads were larger than a man's head. They had no hair, eyelashes, or eyebrows. Their faces were greenish, their noses straight, their mouths wide slits, giving them something of the appearance of a fish. Their eyes were huge, round, and prominent, their color yellow-green. The skin around their eyes formed rings rather than eyelid. As Johannes moved, one of the beings touched his belt. At once from the center of the belt something like a ray and a puff of vapor were emitted. Johannes experienced an electrical discharge and found himself on the ground, helpless and very weak. It took all his energy to turn his head and observe the two beings as they walked away. A moment later they were gone. In 1965 a case very similar to Johannes's was reported to the U.S. Air Force. Dr. J. Allen Hynek and I tried in vain to get an active investigation of it by Project Blue Book, the U.S. Air Force's investigations of UFO sightings in the 1960s. Finally the case was leaked, at my suggestion, to a civilian group which conducted a speedy and careful study of the testimony given by the only witness, a Mr. S. The details of the testimony are now obviable in an excellent book by the leaders of the civilian group, the Lorenzens. Called by the Lorenzens the most spectacular report we have examined, the incident took place on September 4, 1964, in the mountains of Northern California, about 8 miles from Cisco Grove. Mr. S. was hunting when he became separated from the hunting party and lost his way. Night was falling, so he lit some fires to show his position. Soon he observed a light in the sky, which he thought was a helicopter looking for him. When it stopped and hovered silently nearby, however, he realized it was an unusual object and climbed a large tree to observe from that vantage point. The light circled the tree. He saw a flash and a dark object falling to the ground. Next he noticed one figure crashing through the woods below him and another moving in from a slightly different direction. Both figures approached the tree and looked at him. They were a little over 5 feet tall, the witness estimates, and clothed in a silvery uniform that covered their heads. A third creature appeared later, behaving more like a mechanical being than an animal or man. It was darker and had 2 reddish-orange eyes. It had no mouth, but rather a slit-like opening that would drop open like an oven door. For the rest of the time Mr. S. was conscious, the entities used a variety of means to try to get him to fall from the tree. He managed to keep them away by throwing lighted bits of paper and clothing at them, to which they reacted in fear. The main weapon used against him was a very curious one. If we are to believe this report, the robot-like entity would let its lower jaw drop, then place its hand inside the rectangular cavity thus revealed, and emit a puff of smoke in Mr. S.'s direction. The smoke spread like a mist and, upon reaching him, made him lose consciousness. The effects of it was comparable to being suddenly deprived of oxygen, Mr. S. said. The story is hard to believe. Would not such beings be able to climb a tree? If they came out of a flying saucer, why could they not fly up to his refuge? But it is equally difficult to prove that Mr. S. simply had a nightmare. The witness is not given to such behavior, and when he woke up at dawn, still tied to the tree with his belt, all the objects he had thrown at the intruders were still lying around. Furthermore, there is the description of the strange, powerful gas, which plays such an important role in the story, as it does in the incidents related to Spring-Heel Jack, the Johannes sighting, and the Sonny Disverger's case of August 1952. According to Captain Ruppelt's report of his investigation in Florida, Disvergers, a scoutmaster, found himself breathing the same peculiar gas when he entered a wood to investigate a strange light and faced, he said, a horrible being who looked at him from the turret of a flying machine unlike anything he had ever seen. He froze where he stood and noticed a small ball of red fire began to drift toward him. As it floated down it expanded into a cloud of red mist. He dropped his light and machete, and put his arms over his face. As the mist enveloped him, he passed out. This is confirmed by the unpublished memorandum written by Ruppelt on September 12, 1952, upon his return from West Palm Beach. Captain Ruppelt and Lieutenant R.M. Olson began their investigation on the morning of September 9. A conference was held with Captain Corney to determine whether or not there had been any late developments in this case that the two ATIC officers were not familiar with. Captain Corney stated that to his knowledge there was nothing outstanding that had happened. He was asked about the facts of supposedly anonymous threatening telephone calls that Mr. Disvergers had received. He stated that Disvergers had called him approximately 2 weeks ago and stated that he had been receiving anonymous threatening telephone calls while at work in the establishment in which he is employed. The gist of the calls was telling Disvergers to lay off of his story and that if he didn't he would be sorry and several other things. Not much attention was given to this claim, however, and Ruppelt continued his investigations by interviewing people who knew the scoutmaster and especially the members of the scout group who were with him in the car when he decided to go into the woods. He gave the boys instructions to go get help if he wasn't back in 10 minutes and started in the wood. The boys claimed that they could see his flashlight going back into the woods. From this point on, the boys' stories varied to a certain degree. The first boy states, he did not see the first light that Disvergers saw, however, shortly afterwards, after Disvergers had got out, made the statement about flying saucers, and got back into the automobile, he looked out of the window and saw a semicircle of white lights about 3 inches in diameter, going down at an angle of 45 degrees into the trees. None of the other Boy Scouts saw this. He then states that he saw Disvergers go back into the woods, and that the next thing that he saw was a series of red lights in the clearing. As soon as he saw the red lights, he claims that he saw Sonny stiffen up and fall. According to 2 other boys, they both saw Disvergers going through the woods, could see flashlights flashing on the trees, and then disappeared for a few seconds. At least the light disappeared. The next thing they saw was a series of red lights. They said they looked a lot like flares or skyrockets. The lights were not making any definite pattern, some of them were going up, some of them going down, or going around and around in all directions. It just seemed to be a type of 6 or 8 red lights going in all directions. This time they ran down the road to get help. Here we have confirmation of the red lights. The witnesses were not close enough, however, to experience the effects, but it is interesting to remark that the lights kept going around and around after the scoutmaster, according to his own account of the incident, was already unconscious. It is also interesting to note, in this connection, that over a century ago Leroux de Lindsay, in his Livre de Legends, had this to say about the elves: if a mortal being dares come near them, they open their mouth and, struck by the breath which escapes from it, the imprudent fellow dies poisoned. On October 7, 1954, Mr. Margolin saw an object that had landed in a field in Montreux, France. It was shaped like a hemisphere, about 2.5 yards in diameter. The witness gasped for air and felt paralyzed during the observation. The sudden lack of air noted in the Cisco Grove case is frequently reported by witnesses of landings, as are the peculiar eyes of the small entities, reddish-orange, glowing in the dark. On October 9, 1954, in Lavaux, Vienne, France, a farmer who was riding his bicycle suddenly stopped as he saw a figure, dressed in a sort of diving suit, aiming a double light beam at him. The individual, who seemed to have boots without heels, very bright eyes, and a very hairy chest, carried 2 headlights, one below the other, on the front of his suit. 9 days later, in Fontenay-Torquay, also in France, a man and his wife reported that they saw a red cigar-shaped object in the sky. All of a sudden, it dived toward them, leaving a reddish trail, and landed behind some bushes. Upon reaching the top of a hill, the witnesses found themselves confronted by a bulky individual, human in appearance but only about 3 feet tall. He wore a helmet, and his eyes glowed with an orange light. One of the witnesses lost consciousness. 4 other people saw the object in flight from another spot. A third group of independent witnesses in another town, Sanson-la-Poterie, saw the craft fly away west at tremendous speed. The countryside was illuminated over an area 1 to 2 miles wide. It is indeed appropriate to tell the investigator of such cases, in the words of Robert Herrick's, The Night Piece of Julia, her eyes the glowworm lend thee, the shooting stars attend thee, and the elves also, whose little eyes glow like the sparks of fire, befriend thee. The UFO occupants, like the elves of old, are not extraterrestrials. They are the denizens of another reality.